Good evening. Can anyone on Zoom hear me? Just testing our audio.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Should
Good.
come through my computer though.
Thanks, Lena. We're just trying to see if we can get it come through the system.
Test it again.
What about now? Can you speak up now?
Always, Jan, whenever you need me to say something. Happy to.
There we go. There we go.
Got it?
No.
We're
You need
still
me to
a little
sing
low on
something?
volume. Hang on 1 second.
Let's do it. Okay, test it again.
Okay. Test us again, Lena. And
A little bit better?
there
There
we
we
go.
go.
Perfect. Thank you.
I already had to sing happy birthday to Sean Leisure this week, so I'm all warmed up.
Perfect. Okay, welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with board education. Mr. Brickner is teaching us tonight about reading and interpreting hospital financials.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the introduction. I thought it'd be good tonight to go through, since we're now officially a hospital. Red light?
It needs to be green.
Oh. Now it's green.
There you go.
There we go.
Thanks, Chris.
Excellent. Thank you, Jan. So now that we're officially a hospital, let's dig in and think about changes on the financial statements and how they look as a hospital. So, of course, as your role as members of the Board of Trustees, it matters for you to be able to interpret the financial statements and understand them, ask questions. There's several key financial challenges that rural hospitals face. Of course, limited patient volumes, a higher percentage of Medicare and Medicaid. We've talked before when we discussed the financials of a critical access hospital and what that means. We've talked about payer mix, and so keeping an eye on our payer mix. Of course, no list would be complete without staffing challenges and labor costs. That is one of our largest expenses on our income statement. So we have a brand new hospital, but we still have aging facilities, and there's definitely places that we can spend capital. And so the clinics are now 10 years old. We still have the Heritage Home Apartments. That is one of our older facilities. And so when we talk about aging infrastructure, it's everything, not just the brand new shiny hospital that we have. And then, of course, the new facility, just like when you move into a brand new house, you have to figure out what racks and things that you need in your closets. It's going to be the same story with us, so that we're finding things that, hey, we need this flux capacitor over here to be able to better serve our patients. Those capital needs will be coming at us. So the three big financial statements are your balance sheet, income statement, and statement of cash flow. They weave together hand in hand. So on the balance sheet, the big question there is, do we have enough resources to meet our obligations? On the income statement, are our operations financially sustainable? We know that we've taken this big leap to open the hospital because our prior operations were not sustainable. And so getting to be a hospital and having hospital reimbursements will help us with that. And then the statement of cash flows, you can actually have profit. You can have what appears to be a strong balance sheet, and you can still run out of cash. And so the statement of cash flows will answer that question of, do we have enough cash to keep operating? So the balance sheet of the hospital, some key vocabulary here, and this is loaded in your board docs, so that way you can refer back to it. Your assets, liabilities, net assets. So that's assets minus liabilities, and then the term current on the balance sheet is anything within 12 months, and then non-current is anything beyond 12 months. Specific to a hospital, your days cash on hand, your patient accounts receivable, and that's where on the hospital balance sheet, you'll see a deduction or reserve for contractual allowances, and that'll be, so the two have to be netted together. We do have that on the clinic, but it hasn't been very clean in the past. And then long-term debt, so our USDA loan would be that long-term debt. On the income statement, your key vocab there is the operating revenue, operating expenses. So this is just normal operations. And this is how for us, because we get the pretty large tax subsidy, that is non-operating. And so that gets pulled aside. And so you're taking things that are not kind of virtue of the business by itself, and you're pulling those aside so you can see how is the business by itself looking at. And then you can see your operating revenue and operating expenses together. Revenue drivers as a hospital, then your net patient revenue. Of course, we just talked about payer mix, and then your volume service intensity would be your case mix index. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, statement of cash flows. So in your statement of cash flows, you have your operating activities, which would be all of those operations, investing activities. So the funding that we're getting right now from the USDA shows up as I'm sorry, that's a financing activity. Your investing activities would be the YO reserve account. And the financing activities would be the loans with the USDA. Okay, some metrics. Keep in mind your days cash on hand. I think we're all keenly aware of that. Current ratio would be how quickly we can convert short-term obligations from current assets to be able to pay those. Debt service coverage ratio. So we have a 2-year kind of reprieve from our USDA obligation, but 2 years from now, we do have to meet that debt service coverage ratio. Accounts receivable days. So the income statement could be showing that we're doing awesome, but accounts receivable is going up drastically. And so as a board member, you'd want to say, what's going on? Are we not getting our bills out the door? We will see this during this period while we're opening our Medicare account. Accounts receivable is going to shoot up, and we get our Medicare account open, then they'll pay us, and then hopefully it stays there. So you will see that shift. On the profitability side, your operating margin, EBITDA margin, so EBITDA is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization. Average daily census is a really important one. We're going to talk about a bit more tonight. And average length of stay, again, is another really important metric that we'll talk about some more tonight in my CEO presentation. Any questions on those? Yes?
Back to the debt service coverage ratio.
Yeah.
Another thing with the USDA, we have 2 years.
2 years, and your profitability has to be high enough. I think it's a 1.25 to cover the debt service, which is principal and interest on the bonds. And so if our profitability is below 1.25, we would technically be in default on our bonds. So that's where.
But they give us 2 years to get to
They
that.
give you 2 years to get to that profitability. So that's where making those really hard decisions about profitability and directing which service lines do we invest in becomes crucial, so that way you hit that number and maintain it for the life of the bonds. Yeah. This is an example. It is not real numbers. So when we look at our understanding our revenue and expense drivers, and so your payer mix would be illustrated similar to this. And then breaking down our expenses, as I said before, our salary and benefits is one of our larger expenses. And so just kind of keeping in mind what is driving, where are our expenses going, where are the revenue sources coming from. As a board member, you don't want to, like, I think last month when we did talk about governance, we don't want to go to the point of, what are we spending on gauze, but are we hitting budget? And why are we not hitting budget? And is this the expectation that you have? Really high level, but drives to those things such as, are we getting the right pricing on gauze? But you're not asking that. And so are we hitting our supply budget? And do you get a good answer? Okay, some red flags and kind of warnings there. So you see declining days cash on hand. You want to be asking questions before you hit zero. Negative operating margins, rising accounts receivable, and then contract labor. And contract labor is going up. So that because you have some other HR issues, you can't hire, we're not paying enough. There's a lot of things that contract labor can start to hone you in on. Three essential questions are we living within our means? Do we have enough cushion so that days cash? And that's where, as you're being asked to approve CapEx expense, we want to build out the OR and spend 12.5 million. So what's that going to do to our cash reserve? And, you know, that implication, are we going to cut ourselves too close? Or is it the right time to do it? And then can we finance growth and weather challenges? So that debt capacity, again, there's some implications for our bonds that prohibit us from taking on additional debt or getting approvals for additional debt. But if you have a really strong balance sheet, potentially you can finance that OR build out. Okay. So I thought it'd be fitting. The first presentation that I did with you last fall, I put this question out here, and how will it impact the cost report? Again, if there's nothing else you can think of, or if you're going through the financials or we're talking about making a change, how will it impact the cost report? And hopefully you get a answer that builds confidence in the direction you're headed. And if you don't, then you keep asking questions, because there's smoke, there's fire. So make sense? I'm happy to entertain any questions.
As far as the cost report goes, like, how often, like, will the board see that? Or will we, like, how frequently is that?
Yes,
Will
your
we-
cost report will be due in November
Okay.
of 2026, for the fiscal year ending June 30th. And so you will probably see it 3 days before it's due, because it's a massive tax return.
Right,
And that's where, you know, Bailey or your auditor will build the cost report for you, so that way it's ready to be filed. It's a very, just like a corporate tax return, you wouldn't try to do that yourself. So you use your auditor to help you do that if you get through your audit, and then they prepare the cost report. We currently do a cost report for this field nursing for the Sublette Center. Much simpler one, but ultimately it's a pretty complicated document. So you'll see it likely right before it has to be submitted on June 30th.
so when we ask the question, how will it impact the cost report?
Well,
That's
so,
like-
and that's where.
It's your question, and your
Yeah,
thing
so
is-
what I'm saying is it's depending on what the word "it" means, like what are you referencing? So if we say, hey, we're gonna do this new service line. And I usually use podiatry as my example. I always pick on the podiatrist. So if we're gonna open a new podiatry service line, what is that gonna do to the cost report? And that's where I want you to ask that question. And not wait until you file your cost report and find out you moved expenses, you know, in the wrong direction, that now you have an adverse impact on the cost report. And
So
you're
you
not
have-
expected to know that. Management.
Right, and you have plenty of other things that you look at, say, as like CFO, to know, like, even though somebody else prepares the cost report, like, you're knowing what it's,
Right,
where
and
it's
that's
gonna
where,
be.
exactly. I'm never gonna sit down and prepare a cost report, but I understand the logic and how it works to know if we open podiatry, and depending on where we put it, what the impacts would be on our cost report. What's the square footage allocation is gonna change on our new RHC? And how's that gonna flow through? And in many cases, I may not even know the answer myself, but I'm gonna call Bailey or whoever's helping us and say, hey, am I thinking about this correctly?
Same thing we would do, call our accountant, right?
Exactly. So, and then they sometimes will argue amongst themselves and come back and say, well, if you did this, you know, very seldom is it that cut and dry. And so it's just elevating your thinking, so that way you don't get a surprise in November and you have to pay back a ton of money because you made some change that wasn't thought through.
Right.
Thank you.
Questions?
I'm good. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Craig. You're gonna have to start making your presentations longer.
I always want to make sure I leave room for questions.
We'll need to have more questions.
Well, I was just soaking it all in, taking all the information.
Thank you. Breaks before we start. Again, this is the time to do it already. Patrick, how long will you be here for? I can't remember.
Through tomorrow.
Through tomorrow.
I'm on track to show them the hours.
Good.
Open to give Michelle his issue. According to so she has to do.
Show me the- Very good.
At the moment.
Your vacation. That's good. Was it good? Did you go somewhere fun? Boston.
Yeah.
Fine. Josh had to go for a BRP thing and the kids didn't have camp last week. School started this week, so I'm like, well, it's just awful. It's usually something. So, yeah, so that's I'll bet. I'll bet it's fun, but it was that's a lot. So good. Yeah. Good. And it's fun to see like the kids. I mean, we've gone to Salt Lake and stuff, but you know, more like city life than
Different.
yes, just their reactions to it. And my two little ones are just like, my daughter, she had friends before, but she was a baby, so she didn't, you know, so even just flying, like everything was just such a new experience for them. So that's fun. It's fun. Good. Yeah, I'm glad you had good.
Very good. I love that.
Reality.
I want to go to Boston so bad. It's on my bucket list.
Is it? It
Mm-hmm.
was cool. You know, there's a lot of history.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, like I would have done a lot more history stuff if I didn't have
The
three
kid-
kids.
yeah.
you know?
Yeah. I want to go in the fall.
Mm,
Here,
the
fall,
photos
adventure.
and stuff.
Yeah. Here it's a really pretty time to go.
To Western Massachusetts
Mhm.
a number of years ago in the fall. And it was awesome. I just loved like just driving around and stopping at like random
Mhm.
places and just enjoying the colors and I was like shortage of that. John's like,
Why not? I mean, but that.
didn't have a glad you're here.
I think I'll remember Patrick from Celtic.
I don't think I've met
Yeah,
you.
you probably have Patrick.
I'll come to you. Nice to meet you.
I've met you, I might not remember, so actually, Patrick, nice to meet you.
It would
Yes,
have been,
Taylor Pittman.
would have been May of 24. I actually remember everybody's face except for
I was just appointed in January.
congratulations.
Was
Thank
that
you.
like
Nice to
guys
meet you.
did, like kind of your initial visit here?
That was.
Okay, seems like I was on Zoom. I wasn't here. But
Greg has a good handle on cash, and so I have been not a core need up until now.
okay.
And I wasn't gonna charge you for a visit just to come see the place as much as I wanted to.
Appreciate it right
Thank
now,
you.
even though, you
Yeah.
know, it's like for you to see it.
Yeah.
We like to
It
show
is,
up.
well, it is, it's a gorgeous hospital. It's really fun when everything's new and, you know, the equipment still has that shine on it, and staff are all, you know, excited about the new toys. We get it filled up and, you know, just keep checking the next box, right?
There you go.
The list is never done. Tanya, how's being back to school? If that's true. How's being back?
It's
It's back to school.
I really should never left. It's kind of a big blur, like, years, so it's their time. I don't know. Try to regenerate in the summer and everything,
Yeah.
so I feel like I'm.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
The kids are really excited to be back this year. I felt like overall, like just any of the kids that I talked to, they were all really excited to go to this year. Which is interesting. Normally they don't want to.
Yeah, so you got it's been different.
Yeah.
So like.
I feel like I'm coming to be finding a lot this week between Monday. I came today and then back on Friday. Aiden's got the big Chinese Pinedale scrimmage on Friday, so it's like, I'm just gonna hang out in Pinedale or Big Piney this week. Way fast.
Turn your mics on.
I'm sitting. Oh, thanks.
Get out. All day. I'm sorry.
All right, please be in. Let's go ahead and get this party started. I'd like to welcome everybody tonight to our regularly scheduled August meeting. If you all please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. We have much business to attend to this evening, so dive right in. I don't have any additions or changes from my end of the agenda. Are there any other? We've been adding for days, so any questions, concerns from board members? Okay, can I get a motion to set the agenda then, please?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would move to set the agenda.
Thank you, Taylor. We have a motion. I'll second. Agenda, motion and a second. Any last minute concerns? Okay, all in favor of the motion to set the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, the first item on our agenda this evening is the documents for board approval by consent agenda. And I have to say, I very much appreciated the listing
I did too.
this time.
Yeah,
So thank you.
That she created,
Thank
Kathy
you.
did, yeah.
Oh,
Kathy did that,
Very
yeah.
good. It was really helpful
Yeah.
to know what's,
Changed or.
yeah, what's just an annual review, what's new and all the details. So I will open up the floor in regard to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you, Ashley, for the motion.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
And a second by Taylor. Thank you. Are there any questions, concerns you want to ask of the team? Okay. Nobody? I forgot to mention this does include the board meeting minutes from 7:16, 7:23, 7:30, 8:06, 8:08, 8:13, and 8:20, most of those special meetings, and executive minutes from, so choose here. And remember exactly how many of those.
Three, that was a part of, I don't know if there were executive minutes in.
I know, I think that was what I had as well.
Is that the same or do those need to be separate?
No, they can be the same. Well, at least that's the way they're showing in my.
Sorry, that's, yeah.
No,
Turn it over. The consent agenda is just policies and job
Oh, on the
descriptions.
paper agenda, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm switching. We can do that separate. Or we can do it.
I do have a question on one of the meeting minutes.
Okay, then we'll handle those separately. So we do have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. Are there any further questions about that? I'll ask for a vote then. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Sorry to cause confusion. It's sometimes I'm switching back and forth between paper and electronic and it looks different. So now we can move on to approval of the meeting minutes for those meetings. And I was just trying to pull up specific executive dates. Are 8/20, July 23rd, August 13th, and August 20th. Those are the dates that we've been provided executive minutes for.
I had a question in regards to July 16th. There was a motion on item D, Wyoming Medicaid gap program, that the motion was withdrawn. Does the reasoning on why we withdrew the motion need to be listed within the minute for reference in the future?
Don't know if we need to list that legally. It was withdrawn because it didn't need board action.
I just didn't know if that needed to be listed.
Yeah, that would be a Lena question. Lena, do we need to give a reason for?
Madam Chair, it would be best practice to list the purpose for withdrawing it because later on, nobody's going to remember. So that would be best practice.
Okay. All right, well, would someone like to make a motion and then we can add that into the discussion piece and make it with changes?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve meeting minutes from July 16th, July 23rd, July 30th, August 6th, August 8th, August 13th, and August 20th, including executive session minutes. However, to include the proposed changes to item D on the minutes from July 16th.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. We have a motion. I'll second. Second. Now, are there any other items that needed to be brought to attention? Okay. I'll ask for a vote on approval of the motion for approval of those minutes as so listed. All in favor, please signify so.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Next item on our agenda for the evening is public comment. So I'll open up the floor and our team's meeting to anyone who would like to speak. Any comments from anyone? Nobody? Okay, nobody has a hand raised on Zoom. Team, that doesn't look like, Jen?
Nope.
Okay. We'll move on then. First item under committee reports, which is our next item of business, is building committee. So I will invite Damon up to give us a construction report. Hi, Damon.
Hello. Okay, good evening. It's good to be back. Good to see everybody.
Good to have you.
Yeah, so I will do a report out. It is a pretty basic, just report out, recap, just kind of what's going on, what to expect in the next couple of weeks, and an update on budget. I'll talk about monthly report first. So the project has transitioned to closeout. So the construction activities themselves are complete and we are moving into what we call the closeout stage. And part of that is the remaining change order and punch list items are being completed during this time as well. Project budget as of tonight is 80.6 million and order contingency is currently just over 800,000. We'll get into a little more detail on that. No current delays at this time. But we'll talk about some impacts. Like I said, punch list items are ongoing. And some of the reason they are ongoing is we're waiting on materials. Contractors waiting on materials to complete some of those. So as those materials show up, they will be completing some punch list items that came up that they have to order some replacements and they are long lead items. So those items will cause disturbance when they're being corrected or replaced. And Leighton will be working with the hospital to schedule those in. And then remaining PCOs and COs, so we are winding down, but there are some additional out there beyond what we're gonna discuss tonight. And we have settled on the date for completion to have all the known changes in and so we can review and approve no later than the 5th of September. So anything that would be an owner add from this point forward would not be included in those change orders that are due on the 5th, but everything that is pending or lagging that hasn't been submitted, some of these late changes that were made at the end of the project after the facility was open and we wanted to make a few changes, all those will be submitted no later than the 5th of September. So that's good. And that'll give us an even more accurate picture of where the budget will end up when it's complete. So like I said, closeout is what is being worked on now. So part of that is the completion of the project operation and maintenance manuals. They are just about complete and those will be turned over to the facility soon, hard copy and electronics. Another part of the documentation is the as-built drawings. Those are updated as the project goes on, but all these changes that we're talking about, those still have to be incorporated in the as-built drawings. And then those get turned over to the facility as well. And then starting now into the next year is warranty phase. So the facility, the standard workmanship and material warranty for everything that was construction, not owner purchased equipment. I'm just focusing on construction right now. Does have a 1-year warranty. And so if anything does fail and not perform like it should, the contractors will probably come back out within that 1 year at no charge to the owner and correct what is efficient. There are extended warranties too, though. So major equipment, things like HVAC equipment, boilers, your roof, things like that have extended warranties. So after the 1-year warranty period, those extended warranties will be directly between the manufacturer and Sublette Health. So that's kind of what is going on now as we kind of come to an end and close this thing out. So even though the project is complete on paper, so to speak, there's always things that still go on and will go on for the next year. I'm going to let Sean or Nathan's online. I'm not sure who's going to give an update on where we're at with a little more detail with the punch list and the turnover of the long-term care. Okay.
Thank you, Dana. Nathan, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I was gonna let Sean do the very last one. I think he was excited to be there and do the update. Yeah, so just like Damon said, you know, we obviously hit the substantial completion date for both projects, but there's a lot to be done in terms of architect and engineer punch list. You know, we had Pat Davis out and signed off on everything, but there's some change orders that came up towards the end of the project and some punch items and materials that had to be ordered and things of that nature that we're still working through. I'd say we're in a really good spot on those items. Do a daily update on what exactly those items are that are outstanding. And at this point, most of those things are waiting for some sort of parts and materials. Working through some of Don's items on the long-term care side in the resident rooms. Just some, you know, caulking, touch-up painting, door hardware issues, whatever it may be. So aside from that, you know, we're waiting for John and Ann to come out next week and do the back punch on the second half of the building and the exterior. So they'll be out next week to do that. We've addressed all but 3 of the items on the engineer and the commissioning reports, or 4, I think. I think there's 4 outstanding items there that we're working through. So Outside of that, I think we're in a really good spot. Do you guys have any questions about construction?
And I guess just in terms of schedule, how much longer will you guys be working on punch list items, change orders, et cetera?
Well, punch list items, we're pretty much wrapping up. We've got a few items that we are tracking going to the end of the month, just based on some things that were back ordered and not being delivered. But change orders, we've identified, like Damon said, we've identified a list of change orders that are known and that we've been working on cost for or getting approved. I think there's a handful of things out there that the team is still exploring, potentially doing and what that cost looks like, that we're doing some pricing exercises for. But, Sean can give you a better idea of what he thinks if he sees it different. But, I think by the end of next month, really, we should be wrapped up with all of those items that, are potential for scene changes, as well as all the things that we have going on right now.
It's been some time ago. I know we approved a change order for extending the timeline. So, at this point with additional change orders, like that timeline continuing to be extended, which is costing us more money at this point. That was just substantial completion, not.
Yeah, those items, everything identified prior to substantial or right at substantial completion. Those are at contractors, part of their contract. If there are changes that we add on to the project that will extend them being on site due to those changes, then there would be some cost incurred there.
Okay.
And then, like I said, warranty. So we're in that weird phase right now where punch list and warranty are overlapping. So we have some items popping up during punch list, but they're actually warranty. But regardless, over the next year, those warranty items as well, those are part of contractors' contract requirements as well. No cost to the
Actually, just to let you guys know, so in 11 months from our substantial completion date, so that's June of next year, we'll do an 11-month walkthrough of all the stuff, and then at that point, we'll identify any warranty items that you need to address.
Okay.
And we'll get those taken care of.
Cool.
But everything in between that doesn't wait that long either. We address warranty as it comes up. But Sean's right, we do a deep, thorough walkthrough with all the departments that identify not damage. I mean, that's one thing, but anything that, they may even have a question on, we weren't sure if this was warranty or not, and we're looking at all those items.
Thanks for that reminder. I've forgotten about that. Good reminder. Anything else, Nathan? You're in?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody's favorite subject, budget update. Okay, here's a overall snapshot of where we are at tonight. Current budget did go up just a little bit to just over 8.6 million, as we stated earlier, and the remaining contingency just over $800,000. The anticipated contingency usage is 152,000. So what that is change orders that have been submitted, but they have not been approved. And this, I tried to get as close to the board meeting as possible, which was as of yesterday midday. We went through and updated everything. So there will be others beyond that 152,000. But like I said, the deadline for those are September 5th. So that would put your contingency at 648,000. And then obviously with those other ones that will go down a little bit more. Committee cost went up just a little bit, 78.6 million. And again, as long as you have contingency, that committee cost will never get to the full budget amount. And then there's some other items that are out there too. Project spent to date, we went up a little bit, 71.7 million. Invoices are getting smaller as we get to the end of the project, so those increases are going up a little less. And then construction contingency is 89,000. I will make an overall comment. We did a deep dive into the budget, did a budget reconciliation a little while back because we were getting to the end of the project. There are a few items that were left untouched on the budget just because there's still some unknowns and like long-term care is not moved into yet, things like that. So once those kind of things happen, there will be one more budget reconciliation move to where we start closing out all those remaining line items. And then that will be moved into contingency also, if there's any savings through that process. So it will be moved. Any questions on budget? Just update on the changes that occurred over the past month. Just to highlight, these are the construction contingency changes. Not a lot of action there, all pretty small dollar amounts on those ones. And then we have the owner contingency changes, which this is probably one of the larger lists that I've reported on. But again, a lot of these are getting caught up and things like that. So don't know if you had a chance to review these prior to tonight's meeting, but I'd be happy to answer questions on any of them. I can answer them all. Phone a friend and call Sean over here.
No, John tonight. For design update.
Not get a response.
Okay.
But I can give you a high level design update, which Nathan touched on. Really DPA, their contract performance is coming to an end too. They are coming back next week to do a back punch on the long-term care. And that would be their final visit to the site at that point. And then it would just be paperwork that is required to be submitted. They will review the O&Ms that get submitted as a submittal. They review them. As-built drawings get sent over to them as well, so they can update things on their end. So they do have paperwork behind the scene that they'll be doing just to close out their contract, but next week will be the watch visit on site. Any questions about anything on the project I want to answer? Or try to answer.
When is long-term care being handed over to District Data?
John, correct me if I'm wrong, September 12th is when final cleaning will be complete on long-term care. And then there'll be some on our end, on the owner end, some things that need to take place after that. Another clean that takes place after that. And just any final touches. We have a couple items we're still working on with owner furnished equipment punch list items that are outside of construction that we're working on. So that's when we'll hopefully have all that wrapped up as well, or before September 12th if we can. So. Any other questions?
Quite fruit to me. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. All right, next item on the agenda is a change order. You guys are somewhat familiar with this. If you remember correctly, we approved rough 50% of this several months ago for electrical manpower to get all of the electrical work finished. But we do have the other half of that change order now, the other portion of that change order, and I will turn the time over to Sean or Nathan or however you want to speak to that change order.
Yeah.
Okay. Nathan, you want to just give a 10,000 foot overview and reminder of this change order?
Yeah, sure, Madam Chair, you pretty much covered it. this is the second half of the change order for Premier for the escalation labor to meet the initial timeline of the project without any delays to the turnover of the project. There was a change order approved a couple months ago for the first half of that for the company they were using at that point in time. And then this change order basically represents from that time period to June 27th. So it's part two of the same agreement that we had. It's the same layout, basically escalation or premium time, if you will, the overtime premium plus the per diem and the travel and all the same things that were in the last one.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan. So this one does require board approval, so we've got.
Madam Chair, Mr. Leonard, this is to do the escalation for the switch gear being delayed.
Oh, yeah. Thank
So
you.
guys can-
Thank you, Sean. So,
Madam Chair, can I just make them
Sure.
quick? So this change order has been reviewed. It does reflect the first one as far as the agreements that were made on that. You make sure that the same agreements in place carried over to this one. And so it has been reviewed and vetted.
thank you, Dan. Appreciate your clarification on both parts. Given that information, for the questions from the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve PCO number 0210 for the escalation of electrical manpower in the amount of $335,909.
Thank you, Kendall. You have a motion? I'll second. Thank you, Ashley. Motion in a second. Are there any last minute questions about this? Concerns? I will ask for a vote then for approval of PCO 0210. All in favor, please signify so. Any opposed?
Madam Chair, I would like to note that my vote's been abstained.
Thank you, Taylor. 3 ayes, 1 abstention. Motion carries. Thank you for the information, gentlemen. That puts us at the end of our building committee information, and the next committee report is the Sublette County Health Foundation. Barry?
You guys, flyers. Somehow I lost an artist flyers. Retake my
It's been a minute. I completed the Homestead Charitable Trust final report for the mammo X-ray and CT scan. It was actually a really simple report for $1 million grant, so that's completed. The art committee is having a reception on Friday, September 12th. It's the day after Boots and Scrubs at 5 p.m. There's 35 artists from across Wyoming involved, and there's 74 pieces of artwork. So I hope you guys can join us and gather and celebrate the artwork. It's kind of a fun part of the project. And we have volunteers stationed to help people guide from the hospital side to the heritage home side and make sure they don't wander into any patient care areas. So we'll have people sitting there in chairs to say, yes, look at this part, that's your consult. So, it'll be a great night. The sanctuary continues with Sharon Ziegler and Nancy Stevens working on the structure for the stained glass. We hope to get that installed in 2026. The employee break area, the foundation received a bid from Scott Cheney for $14,000, but the foundation board felt like that was pricey, and so they wanted to dig into it a little more. So Tom is working to get more information around that or see. The Scrub Club is donating, that's your employee giving, is donating about $850 a month. And we said that we would dedicate 10,000 of their money and match, the foundation would match 10,000. So the budget for that space is about so we're finalizing that budget. It's one of the last pieces left. And then there was a bunch of sort of last minute items for the Heritage Home and Hospital. Lori McLean donated her grand piano, but she was moving and had to get it out of her house. And so there were piano movers in Evanston that came up for a real great discount on their fee. Well, Leslie Hagenstein donated to cover that cost. So we took Leslie's $1,300 and we spent it to move the piano in there. We ordered a padded piano cover. As you can see, the foundation board did approve spending $2,500 on the annual report. We passed those out statewide. We ordered about 1,000 of them, but the cover says we're open. It has a picture of the new hospital and it has a picture of all of you. And it's just a wonderful sort of getting the word out there. So we also use it as a fundraising tool. So they did that. Diana Archuleta was touring with Tanya and I, and she would not take no for an answer on donating her eagle sculpture. So we are very grateful to have that. But it did cost $1,800 to move. It was another great moment where the museum was moving the bronze from her house down in the barge. But it's sitting in the center lobby. If you haven't seen it yet, it's stunning. It's really beautiful. Greg wants to melt it down for cash flow. He's joking. We're just focused on cash flow right now. They also approved $2,000 for ribbon cutting costs, some of the art reception. So we got a donation for artwork, obviously. So part of those funds will go towards catering the reception. And then Dawn had brought up the idea of having welcome baskets for the Heritage Home residents when they arrive. And so we worked with Dawn and April to get a list of small items. So they'll have a nice little basket with a mug with a handle and a straw, and just cute little things. So all those costs came to about $7,000, and we kind of consider that the end of the hospital and Heritage Home lift, and now focus will turn towards the surgery suite. Any questions on those? It's a bunch of little missing stuff, but YO Gives was a huge success. It was July 16th. We made $31,000 from 34 donors. It was a really great event, we did well statewide. So financially, currently we've raised currently in unallocated funding, there's $572,000. Which is right there. That counts our 2025 pledges, which is 25 grand for Make Jackson Home. They verbally said, we appreciate you. You can plan on this in December, and then the Moyes family have one more payment on their pledge. So that would mean $572,000 unallocated. Year to date, fiscal donations are 1.1 million, and in total, the foundation's raised 6.58 million. Next meeting, I've been talking with Greg and Sid Stanfield about kind of tightening up the process for different requests down the line. HR had wondered about getting an HRIS system, and so I think what we're going to propose is that all requests go to the CEO of the hospital, and then the CEO can prioritize those requests and then come to you all as the hospital district board. And then the hospital district board would make the request to the foundation board. So obviously it was all hands on deck to fill the funding gap, and we've just been flying for 2.5 years now. But now that we've finished this project, we wanted to kind of tighten that process. So you'll see that in the September meetings. And then all the events, September is packed. September 11th is Boots and Scrubs. We have a concert by Jared Rogerson. It'll be behind Stockman's again. Buck is donating beef brisket, bison chili, jerk chicken, catfish, cowboy potatoes, dip, capital punishment baked beans, fixed desserts. Like he just went on and on and on. And I said, that's so many proteins. And he said, no, we have to do it right. So we'll have a patriotic theme because it is September 11th. We'll have all the food in the world. Tickets are $20. We are charging this year. And that's partly to cover the band, but Jared Rogerson donated his fee. So that'll be a fun night. And then the very next night, you can turn around and come to the art reception, which will be a fun night. Saturday, September 20th is the Pine Hill Half Marathon Race to Raise. So we're fundraising through that. They donate a portion and then people can donate and then match it. And then the biggest is September 25th is the ribbon cutting. So I met with Taylor Pittman and we're party planning, which is fantastic. And it'll be at 2 p.m. That was the time set by the senator and the governor, but we're expecting them both to be there. And I imagine the ceremony will be Tanya's chair gives welcoming remarks and thanks everyone for coming. And then the governor will give a speech and then the senator will close it out. And then we have a gold ribbon and large scissors from the chamber. So I think the 5 of you would cut the ribbon. Huge celebration, and then we're going to serve light refreshments from our kitchen. So we're going to keep it modest but the foundation did fund up to $2,000. So we'll have cookies, cheese crackers, and austerity food, I guess, is what we'll have. But something to kind of gather people together. Tommy felt really strongly that food gathers people together, and I agree, because after you cut the ribbon, you know, you feel awkward. And then we'll have those same volunteers carefully placed so people can wander the building and have tours. Any questions about your big home? Kara Gianna will be the photographer, the newspaper's coming, the radio's coming. We skipped the food trucks because I don't think we'll have the parking, to be honest. I think we'll fill our campus. I think we borrowed the museum's parking lot. We warned the cemetery board. And then I think it's gonna get Western, but I don't think we have room for 6 food trucks, so we skipped that part. We just kept it at 2 p.m. Okay, any other questions for the foundation? Thank you, Denise.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, puts us at the end of our committee reports and into leadership reports. Ms. Bond.
Hello and good evening. What did we do this month? Oh, yes, we finally opened up a hospital. So it has been a very busy month. I'm going to bring Bonnie up here as our spotlight speaker. She is thrilled. And just a few things I wanted to point out. EMS efforts, we are at full capacity after 2 more paramedics have accepted our offer. So kudos to BJ for keeping on with that. We are probably going to steal some of his recruits. Don't tell him that. He's right there. But we are cross-training interdepartmentally with nursing, patient access, which is Bonnie's team, trying to get as many people certified for CPR or BLS so that they can help see a patient in need and quick assist. So we're excited about that. The addiction clinic starts in September 3rd. Noah is going to probably speak more about that today. He and Penny have just done an excellent job. When we have been so busy with so many tasks, they have still saw the need in the community and pushed that forward, and it's really exciting. The biggest thing I think that we are focusing on right now really is preparing for survey and survey readiness. Health Tech, Sherry from Health Tech has been on site and working diligently with each director, with a lot of the staff, and it's been just a tremendous gain to have that in sight and to be able to prepare and study as much as we can. So I'm sure Greg will talk more about that. We're still winding down with some construction stuff. Damon, it was great to have him on site today, and Damon and Lena met with all the directors at the directors meeting to just really go corner by corner to make sure we've got everything covered. We have a second pharmacist starting on September 15th through Cardinal, and we're very excited. His name is Jeff Harris, and he is going to allow Susie to sleep. And so we're excited about that. She hasn't gotten much of that. I'm still on target with our rural health clinic designation and hope to work with the new CEO and getting that up and going. It's pretty much packaged up and ready. I just need to get the thumbs up, the green light. Bailey's been a great help with that as well. And then Ocean Go Live with Epic, of course, was a massive success. They left, they were on site until August 22nd, last Friday. And I just could not be more pleased with it. And I had to remind the directors of that today because there's always a little bit of things that we could fix, but it was just really wonderful. We have had some concerns about our phone system in the community. And so I had asked Bonnie to prepare some talking points. I think it's really important to address it. Things will not go perfectly and always smoothly, but I just want you, the board, and the public to know that we don't take anything lightly, and we really try to get to the root cause, figure out what we can do to make it better. And so Bonnie's going to speak a little bit about that. Okay.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi. So first, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. As we all know, with the opening of the hospital, there is a lot happening. It's exciting, it's stressful, and it's definitely a learning curve for all of us. And with that comes a lot of change. And some of those changes are staffing. a lot of my staff have moved on to other opportunities within the organization. I've had some go to lab, radiology, billing, and now dietary. Sure. Although I'm always happy to see my people advance, I am constantly tasked with the recruitment and training. My team is always growing, and I am grateful to all of my team members, past and present. I have added 4 new members, 2 who have started this week and 2 hopefully will start next week to fill some of these positions. I recognize that the phones have become an issue lately, and with the help of Brett from IT, we have narrowed down some of the issues. One is that with all of the moving and the changing, we were unaware that there were some of the phones that were still connected to the call queue. We have tracked those phones down and have removed them from the queue completely. I am connected to a monitoring system now, so I can see what is happening and decide what actions to take to better serve the organization and the community for sure. One thing I did see is the constant increase in the call volume in the last 3 months. We may need to make some changes soon to accommodate for those if it continues to increase. I'm noticing a lot more, especially since hospital open. So we'll just continue to monitor that and maybe look at other options and maybe going back to having the front desk answer the phones again, or maybe just leave it the same and increase staff, or, you know, we're just looking at all the options right now. But I kind of just want to keep an eye on it and see where it goes and then make some decisions after that. Thank you.
Any questions for Bonnie or me?
Thanks for addressing that. That's
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So it's been consistently 200 every month calls, like we started at 19 and we're at 24. So it keeps going higher and higher.
It seems that people are, and this is just my perception, I don't know what you guys are hearing and seeing, but it seems as people have developed an understanding that there are valid issues, and if they're struggling, oh, this is what you do. So the anger has gone down. So it seems like you guys are doing a really good job of getting the word out and
Identifying.
taking care
We
of.
do listen,
Yeah.
and we do love nice comments too. I just wanted to take a moment and just, since this is Greg Brickner's last board meeting with us and he'll be departing in mid-September, just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate all your efforts. Thank you very much. Your family sacrifice for letting us borrow you so much. We have all learned a tremendous amount, and it's been very helpful to have him at the helm. And we, for better or for worse, we have learned, we have been challenged, we have been stretched and grown, and we're better for it. So just wanted to thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Burnett.
Good evening. I'd just like to start off by saying I am very much impressed with the admirable and excellent job the entire hospital staff has done in providing quality care in a safe, clean environment with cordial attitudes and friendly smiles. They've done a really outstanding job in doing that. And I'm quite proud of what they've done in spite of the obstacles. And when I say the entire staff, I could probably list them, but I leave out 1 or 2, but I'm talking from the time we come in the front door, whether it's the ED part or the reception part of the hospital or every department. They've all done well. I don't want to single out anybody because they've all done an excellent job. And I'm quite proud of what they've done. We've done good. I would like to turn the rest of my time over to Noah Schutz, which would like to talk to the board briefly, hopefully briefly, Noah, about some kind of health new addiction medicine program, which is going to be an outstanding opportunity for our community and a great, fulfill a great need that I think we have. So Noah, I think we can put you on.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Burnett. Can you hear me?
We can. Hi, Noah.
Hi there. Thanks so much, board, for taking the time and being interested in what we're doing here, and to Dr. Burnett and Lindsay for the support to get this program built. I tried to turn on my camera, but realized I don't have a camera at my workstation. I'm here in the clinic right now, so but it's just a quick introduction to what we're doing here with the addiction medicine program, and would love to open it up to any questions if folks have any. But we're really excited. This was something that was discussed when I got hired almost 2 years ago. So I'm originally from Colorado, but I came from California, where I was heavily involved in outpatient addiction medicine, specifically working with the opiate crisis. As we know, that's been really hitting hard across the country. Sublette County's been remarkably spared from that at this point, but we want to be able to get ahead of things, and we do have substance use disorder pretty prevalent in other capacities here in the county. And since I've been here for the past 2 years, we've seen folks come through urgent care, and that's pretty much the avenue in which somebody who's dealing with addiction reaches out for help. And since I got hired, Lindsay's been a big supporter of trying to develop a program where folks looking for help for sobriety, anything that can help with treating addiction, would have services here in Sublette County, and we wouldn't have to farm it out. We just know that folks that are dealing with this don't do well with those kinds of barriers, and we wanted to be able to treat them here at home. So fast forward almost 2 years, and we are launching our Sublette County Addiction Medicine Program. It's a pilot program, so we're going to see how it goes, but I do think it's going to be a build it and they will come type of program. It's a once a month clinic option right now. We're starting September 3rd, so it'll be the first Wednesday of every month. And the idea is that instead of just seeing folks one-off in urgent care in the emergency room, that we provide an avenue in which they can have consistent coordinated care and continuity of care when it comes to dealing with addiction. We know our primary care team is busy. A lot of the folks that we see probably do require a little bit more intensive engagement. And that's what this program is ideally looking to offer. The training that I have is more based on medication-assisted therapies. So we look at different medications that are evidence-based to help manage withdrawals, reduce withdrawals, reduce cravings, and then promote long-term sobriety. What I'm thinking we're going to be seeing mostly of is alcohol use. That's what I've been noticing mostly in urgent care. But we're also set up and ready for opiate use, stimulant use disorder, folks looking to get off benzodiazepines, tobacco, and then, there's some other things that come through every now and then, but that's pretty much our focus. We have an awesome substance use navigator. We hired Penny Jensen. I think she's got a real passion for addiction, substance use, and providing care for folks that often slip through the cracks. She's been working her butt off. We've got all kinds of resources put together. We're building out resource Bibles and handouts, basically trying to create a network of all the different community support services that might be available for folks that are really focused on sobriety. I think that's pretty much it. We're doing a lot of outreach right now to local community organizations, church groups, law enforcement, criminal justice, veterans talking to veterans, and then we're working with different small groups in town, the Food Basket and the newspapers, just trying to get the word out in terms of how we get people enrolled in our program. And we're going to see how it goes. Again, the 3rd is our first day. We already have, I think, 2 or 3 people signed up for an appointment. We have other people that we've reached out to schedule appointments. It's a appointment-based system, and then we're also just hoping for walk-ins. It'll be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and we'll be building it as the need arises. And again, I just want to say thank you to the administration and the support staff. Vicky also has just been a huge proponent of this program, and I feel like it's going to really provide some helpful services to folks in Sublette County. And that's about it.
No, that sounds like a great program. I'm really excited about it. And I do have one question for you. From a personal standpoint, do you have any thoughts or plans regarding any substance abuse resources geared towards adolescents and young adults?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tanya. So we hopefully will be working with any adolescents that are looking to explore options for any substance use. What I've been hearing mostly, especially from Becky Crow with prevention and wellness, is we're dealing with vaping, tobacco use, and then some alcohol use. A lot of the medication that we recommend for craving control, even withdrawal management, is approved for under 18. I'd be comfortable working with adolescents, with parental support, to explore what that would look like. If we got into a scenario where, we were looking at something that could be a little bit more complicated, we'd probably be encouraging outside treatment services. I have a low threshold for folks that want to go to inpatient rehab, recovery programs. I think people learn a lot from those. So there's nothing cavalier about this program. We're very much involved in the mild to moderate use. So I think that's how we would approach kind of that pediatric adolescent population. But a lot of the medication is approved for under 18. And then we'd probably reach out to connect with other kind of adolescent pediatric mental health substance use professionals in the area to make sure we were going in the right direction.
Thank you, Noah.
Yeah, of course.
Noah, thank you for your hard work and dedication and interest. I think it's going to be an outstanding contribution to our community. Any questions from the board? Thank you.
Thanks, Doc.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is skilled nursing. Dawn.
Where's the news there? A little thicker this month as we said goodbye to Vicky Seymour. It's been with us for a little over 20 years. And we're welcoming Sharetta Walters as part of our crew, which has been a great addition. So other than that, nursing home remains very full. In staff, there was no change in travel staffing for July. August did see an increase in RN and very minor in CNA as some of our college students and school nurses went back to their regular jobs. So that you will see increases the next time that we meet as we're preparing for that neighborhood concept for staffing. We talked about that quite a bit. We'll be having an additional nurse for nights and one LPN for days. She'll be temporary though, because she's covering with a gap in behind that. The next CNA class will run in October and enrollment can begin as early as next week. So what's different for this class is we're now fully testing site. So none of our students will have to leave Sublette County in order to get that certification. I know that most of you are aware the school is considering a CNA program and we are what's known as an open testing site. So if they needed that resource, they could get that, down at the Sublette Center in terms of utilizing that. So if anyone needs information about that, just send them away. Labor hours last month were deferred till September, and now they're going to be deferred till October. We know that September is going to be a very high month as we move our residents. Census for the month of July was 13.4, and that's down from 36 in June. Mostly accounting for Medicare business. We're at 113, 19 and 2 VA. Today, we are at 39 and I have 6 on a waiting list. So we're at that space where, and we predicted this would happen, people are wanting to move in, and now we have to really pay attention to that memory care portion versus regular skilled beds. It's a good problem to have. Keep you posted. Price per day has not changed because I haven't gotten a new cost report yet. I have not, maybe the district has not been able to go over that with Greg yet. With regards to the quality report, we did have a medication error, which resulted in an acute care stay for one of our residents. OHLS, that's the Office of Healthcare Licensing and Survey, did conduct an on-site. That's all standard, which substantiated actual harm to the resident because the resident had to leave their home in nursing and go to an acute care stay. I'm happy to report resident is back in the facility and doing well at this time. And all the interventions necessary to avoid such a incident happening in the future have been complete. In miscellaneous news, we're all aware that there are Medicare cuts nationwide. So I made an assumption, sorry, in the notes, $1 trillion in Medicaid. That's not the state of Wyoming, that's like nationwide. So we don't need to worry too much about that. But we are aware that it will impact long-term care reimbursement. I should be learning a bit more about that next week when I attend Leading Age Wyoming, which is the administrators portion of the conference. We will learn a little more about that, so hopefully I have more to present at our next meeting. The Medicaid for our particular facility has actually gone down with our denominator is pretty low, right? We typically have a census of those mid-30s. So we've increased that VA portion. We have an increase in private pay. So we actually only have 47% Medicaid rate, which is typically runs in the mid to high 60s for our long-term care facilities. So we have a little bit of a different mix right now. So we've had a change also in the director of nursing. Christy has chosen to move back to focus on the quality department, and we've now welcomed Marissa Mendez. So she'll be starting in September as well. I would normally introduce her to you tonight, but you already met her less than 90 days ago as the infection control preventionist. So we're very excited to have her, and Christy's going to make that transition really smooth. So that has been wonderful. And then lastly, I also want to thank Greg for his stay here. This old dog has learned a couple of new tricks. So one of the first things he introduced us to is he calls it the BRM, business review meeting. And every department gets a pre-done Excel spreadsheet that Greg was generous to share with us. And it goes over all facets of your business. So even if you're the activities department, how much are you spending in labor? What are your supplies look like? And that is a completely different culture change for Sublette Center. Looking at each department that way. And I think it really helped us. He was gracious enough not to make all of our departments do it, so I do it on behalf, but it has really fostered a good conversation between all the sub-center departments. So thank you for that. It made a change on how I'll move forward in your nursing home portion. So we appreciate that. Have you any questions?
Good question. Please, on your wait list, the 6 people are anyone specifically requesting memory care? I do have a few requesting memory care and have learned that we are going to need to have a little bit of education towards the public with regards to what memory care is. Because you, as a board, you should be aware that all of your staff take specialized classes in dementia care, memory care training. You know, we have some activities programs now that even include members of the public, like dementia for art, special art therapy programs, some music and things like that. The difference for the memory care unit is that is a secure unit. So not everybody is actually eligible to stay there. It's a very small set of people based on criteria, right? But that does not mean if you're in the nursing home side, we're ill-equipped to deal with dementia. So I'll be working on that. It's actually one of the PIPS process improvement. We talked about that at QAPI for this fall, because some people are concerned that if their loved one does not go into memory care, that they will not receive dementia care services or staff trained in that. So rest assured,
we're all different.
So, but none of the people actually meet the criteria to be in the memory care.
Well, I would say one place,
Okay.
but it's just off the top of my head because they're on the wait list now, so I'm not getting, it's anecdotal evidence from interviews with family. So I haven't actually gotten their medical records because we're a little too far out for that. But I think we're gonna be about half full, maybe a little bit more upon move in, so.
And that unit.
Mhm. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your updates. Okay, next item on the agenda, we're pleased tonight to have Patrick Banks from Health Tech to give a report to the board from the Health Tech side.
It's been a little over a year. So we were solidly in construction the last time they came out. We've been engaged since, so that's exciting from our perspective. I'll give a general health tech update and then talk a little bit about what specifically I'm doing here. My role at Health Tech is a regional CFO. What I promised you a year ago is that, I support CEOs. I don't come into the hospital with my own agenda. That would really sort of mess the chain of command up, right? But I do try to add value and, make sure that we're, not only gathering information and using it to make decisions, but also presenting it in a way that's as informative as it can be for you. More on that in a second. From Health Tech in general, Sherry's been the star of the show for us over, certainly through the month of July and through August to date. She completed her mock survey, which is, now that we've got the hospital open, critical piece towards providing quality care to every patient who walks through the door. And, a mock survey is something that we take a lot of pride in helping provide on a regular basis. It's not a question of are we providing quality care or not, it's how can we do the next thing to get better. Every single hospital in America strives for continual readiness. And so Sherry's been a huge part of, really kicking off that continual readiness for initiative. And, it's going to be something that we continue to work on, but it's really critical right now as we work on licensure and accreditation. I haven't been completely silent, though I've, taken a back road to clinical care for good reason. We've been working to support Greg, as he gets his arms around the numbers and, creates cash flow plan. I'll leave any details that he wants to share to him. And then we've also really dove into the group purchasing organization contract that she authorized us to work on a few months ago, that we got signed, I think, a month ago. And I told you at the time, I think this was May. Was it May? Yeah. I think I said in May that, we do everything that we could, but without finding a way to bring pharmacy under the GPO, it was going to be moderate impact. We found a way to bring pharmacy under the GPO. Our contacts at Cardinal, we've worked with before, we've worked with successfully. And so we were able to give you the savings of the GPO without impacting the formulary. If you remember, that was the big concern, is that, yeah, it can save me a bunch of money, but, if all the docs are looking at new drugs, that's going to be a problem. No changes to the formulary. All the GPO savings, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm confident at this point that if you're looking for an accounting of the health tech contract, we're now paying for ourselves just on GPO. And I really don't like to itemize all of my time and try to, take and justify every hour that I spend as to how we're paying for ourselves in the contracts. It's the best case scenario for us, where when you get somebody out here, that's paid for time, where the GPO savings are already, sort of bringing that contract into the money from the hospital district's P&L. Great place to be. Leaving you with, that, what we've been working on, what I've been doing and where we're going is getting the hospital ready for our hospital financial reporting. Greg ran you through some education beforehand. Our accounting has been solid for the clinics. The accounting underlying the transactional work that the team's doing
is not in question. The financial reporting needs to evolve a little bit, and I've kicked that process off. And so what we'll do is we'll provide you on a monthly basis with a packet that breaks out essentially all the different businesses that create Sublette County Health District. Now that you have a hospital, you still have two components of the long-term care. You have an EMS outfit, and you're still operating two clinics. We could keep rolling out, income, expense, bottom line, and it's good enough for now. But as we go into the future and we need to start showing you pro formas saying, we're gonna change this aspect of the assisted living, it's an independent living community. And that's how it's going to impact the big picture, but also your broken out financial statements. I think we're on track to give you a professional start and continue building out the team as they go. We have a couple of other pieces that we're working on. The only thing I want to touch on is really continuing to dial in the cash flow forecast. And I know Greg's done a great job of that. I'm working with him to transition so that there's really no point where that, daily, weekly forecasting isn't monitored and tracked. So you can, rest assured that we're on that even as names and faces change a little bit. And with that, I'm open for any questions.
So with Greg transitioning out, you said you are gonna fill that gap for us in terms of like the financials.
My responsibility is to make sure that the ball doesn't get dropped.
Okay.
I'm not going to come do the accounting. I'm not planning to come do the accounting. But I'm going to make sure that the finance function has the support that it needs to continue getting numbers and, support decision making.
Excuse me, I'm very aware that one of our most dire needs right now is an RCM director. And Greg and I talked about it a few times several months back, but I haven't really heard an update recently. Can you give us an update from Health Tech's perspective on tasks that you are working on with him right now to help, and also during the transition to help us prepare RCM and get that department buffed up a little bit?
Certainly agree with what you said, and we've got, one candidate that I've seen. I don't, a sample of one, make of that what you will, could be a winner, could not be. Hitting on that hire and finding somebody who, is willing to come out and be a working director. This is not an ivory tower assignment, right? That's the filtering criteria for a permanent hire. I have a list of 87. I don't know. The revenue cycle list is a long list. Most of those tasks, you need dedicated on-site leadership. But most of those tasks, you do have folks who are working on what you need to do to build. And we're talking about that this afternoon. I was pretty confident that once we have a PTAN, bills will start going out the door. We have cash projected to come in a month after bills start going out the door. So that's based on the assumption that as we are today, we could make that happen. Certainly the Epic implementation has been a big step of that. I don't, in terms of, a timeline of getting that director in, I still think you're at the point where you would be better off getting the right director here in a month than the wrong one in here tomorrow. But we got to get you that resource. And so that's the highest priority.
Okay, and I guess I should have maybe asked my question better, but what, I realize that that's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. from the perspective that it's better to find the right person.
Yeah.
But what will Health Tech be doing in the interim, or what are you currently doing in your role maybe to help support our staff until we find that person? Because I guess
Yeah,
I feel like that is an urgent need.
and I don't wanna, it's gonna depend on what the CEO asks me to do. It's the long and the short of that. I don't, with Greg to date, I know his skill set, and I haven't needed to sit in a meeting once a week, once a day, once every couple days to, provide a little bit of insight that he can provide to keep things moving. If I need to get a little more involved, we're here to work with you guys hand in hand and make sure it happens. All of that's going to be dependent on, following up on the work plans that are in place with the next CEO and, responding to any requests that are made of us to make sure that it's a success. And so I know it's not a very specific answer, but with all of our facilities, when it comes to revenue cycle, the commitment is that we're not gonna let you fail because of revenue cycle. So
Okay.
that's not quite, we're confident that whatever it takes is not going to be myself and two health tech directors sitting out here. But we're not afraid of getting as involved as we need to make sure that this is a success. So give us through next month or so to see what exactly the need is and, where we're at. And we'll be there with every step of the way. I can make more of a commitment, but I don't know if I need to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else have questions for Patrick? Okay, thank you, Patrick. All right, Craig. Financial report. And just let me say that I do want to echo the gratitude that been shared for the time you spent with us. You built a firm foundation, and for that I'm very grateful. And I think probably the board shares that. And we're entitled.
Thank you, Tom.
I think the additional sentiment that you've taught all of us is. Right, for sure.
For sure.
Appreciate it.
So I mixed up our agenda a little bit tonight as I was going through the stack of things I wanted to go through with you, figuring out which hat I was wearing for that conversation got a little complicated. And so I thought it'd be easier if I just merged it together into one. So there is financials in your packet. Embarrassingly, I have to tell you that the budget column is wrong. So we actually did better than budget. So the budget was forecasting a worse outcome. Somehow when we loaded it into NetSuite, it didn't come through the way we intended. And so we're working on fixing that. I'm going to invite Patrick back up to go through health text format. So Patrick was gracious enough today to load our financials into health text format, which hopefully we'll be able to produce going forward. And so I'm going to let him walk through. And I'll make it bigger. So I'm just enough time. Movement. There you go. Sorry. I almost need you standing up here. So okay. Just hand it off between us. Greg's pretty familiar with these statements, and so we sat down for an hour and talked through what the P&L needs to look like for Sublette County Health District. We highly recommend
thinking of the whole system, right? It's not as simple as inpatient and outpatient, and if it's not inpatient, call it outpatient. And so what you see right off the top is in the charges, we break out all your sources of charges for patient care. Every single one of these represents a pretty distinct business, if you want to think about it like that. And while they're all related, and they're all, they're connected for sure. They have different drivers. Separate from this P&L, this is your consolidated hospital district P&L. What we'll work with the team to do is put together supplemental schedules that actually for each of these lines, maybe not all of them, probably group the hospital and do inpatient, outpatient, and hospital expenses, and then have, skilled nursing, independent living, EMS, and clinic. For a total of 5 supplemental schedules showing the activities of those businesses. We're not going to present all of those in detail every month here generally, but that detail will be included in your board packet. If the best practices we've found is to get into that detail in finance committee and get a recommendation from finance committee to approve the financial statements. But we're open to a conversation, of course, and that's your discretion as far as what the review of the financial statements that your board looks like. The reason we put it together like this and then roll it up underneath is to, give you a picture of, remember, charges are, not really top line, but just volume activity more than anything else, because it's a visit time to charge or a service time to charge. And then you take your deductions, which can be broken out in the supplemental schedules, but for the hospital, you as a board will wind up looking at this deductions from revenue percentage, because we know that charges are kind of funny money. That, I don't know a better way of talking about the system that we've created. But that number is going to fluctuate significantly as we get through the first couple of years, and then it's going to fluctuate, a little bit in year 3 and level out to a number that you as the board can look at and say, hey, wait, why are our deductions suddenly 3 percentage points higher? It's a great number to have for the whole system. It doesn't necessarily mean something's wrong. It might mean we had a ton of visits, we had twice as many EMS runs as we planned on this month, and their deductions are significantly different than hospitals. But there should always be kind of like what's the cost report difference? It's another point for you to look at as a board. And without really getting into the weeds, make sure there's a good answer to the question. You pull down there, and the first thing you're going to notice if you look at, that's what I did. There we go. The first thing you're going to notice when you look at your operating expenses is that there's a lot of lines. But I think there's slightly fewer lines that are showing up on the P&L that's going out right now. And the goal with this is to preserve a lot of detail for the monthly reporting to the board. More than goes up into the audited financial statements at the end of the year. And then each of these lines give you an opportunity to say, are we on track or off track with our budget? Are we on track or off track with our explanations? Most hospitals will then provide with this variance analysis each month to say, hey, we came in slightly over on salaries, but if you look, we came in way over on volume. The reason for the increase in salaries was an increase in labor required as opposed to a sudden increase in the cost per unit of labor. And so that variance analysis will start to give you a really good sense month to month of what's going on across the hospital district to follow swings in the bottom line. I'm always way more interested in operating margin for the hospital district than I am in net surplus. Net surplus is really important. Like Greg says, operating margin tells you whether you're sustainable or not. And so we're always gonna, we're always gonna highlight that, and we're gonna start, at the bottom of the report, even though these numbers, that is a real number for operating margin this month, but it's, we're in phase 2 now. If phase 1 was open hospital, phase 2 is participate in Medicare and be able to bill for services. And so until we, until we're stabilized a bit, that operating margin is going to be underwater as per plan. And then we're going to, at the end of every report, give you an EBITDA margin. And we talked for a minute about debt coverage and your debt service coverage ratio. And EBITDA is key part of that. It's a measure of cash flow available for new ventures. Part of that in the hospital is buying capital. And you're going to be spending 2 to 3% of your net revenue on capital every year just to keep equipment up to date. So it's not like a tech company where every dollar you generate you can spend on anything you want because there's no real capital need. We're closer to an oil and gas outfit or an airline. So every month we're going to be spending on capital, but that EBITDA is going to tell you not just are we meeting our obligations to our lender, but how much could we go get from our next big venture. What I wouldn't worry about for now is really anything. I wouldn't worry about anything other than a quarter-to-quarter improvement in that operating margin. I think the reason is we're trying to start you off clean, but the reality is we're a brand new hospital with a lot of ramp up to do. And the goal of these financial statements is not to highlight that we're spending money. We're operating at a loss, spending money in order to open a hospital, right? And so your goal is to, as you look through this and look at the numbers, and as they start, accumulating through the year, well, by the end of the quarter, we'll have a slightly better look at what we've got, but we'll still only be 2 months in to run a hospital. At the end of another quarter, start to have a sense of where we're spending more money and where we're spending less money. We'll start to optimize a bit from there. But for now, with this in front of you, does this compare? Does this make sense compared to what we've reported in the past? I believe so.
And the key thing, and I've been saying since January, we were going to lose, and I've been trying to remind everyone so no one freaks out. And so having a negative almost $1.4 million bottom line is actually better than what I thought it was going to be. And so when Michelle and I did the budget, we were guessing a negative 2.1. And so that's a marked better than my guess. And I think Ms. Tatro had a question when we were approving the budget, like how realistic is this? Well, we're guessing at this point because we've never run a hospital in Pinedale, Wyoming before. So
here, and there's a case for, there's always a case for ignoring the budget when it's a exciting year where the budget was a guess, but Greg's budget was pretty well informed, and our goal, I think, for the hospital to support you is to take that budget seriously, without compromising the need to grow and develop the hospital. To take it seriously enough to report this kind of professional financial statement and to acknowledge the differences every month, because having your budget to actually gives you the basis for approving next year's budget with confidence. Quick notes, that packet will actually be closer to 20 pages.
I didn't think it made sense in a month where we hadn't actually operated the hospital to, give you all of the ratios that wouldn't make any sense. But I'd be happy to, go through with the finance committee in a little more detail and then sort of take a poll from there if it makes sense to come back to the board and give an update once we start really rolling with operating stats. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I just want to point out in the month of July, since we're looking at July's financials, we did get a check for our ERC recovery. So this was almost December-ish, I think, of last year. And so it was actually an introduction from Mr. Banks that connected us with the attorney. Lena worked with them. And of course, they took their cut from the recovery, but we're still happy to receive almost 62.5 in cash. So we're glad we were able to recover that. As Patrick mentioned, redone our cash forecast. Michelle and I have been doing this almost weekly all year. So there's an updated version in the packet. I'm happy to walk through that or answer any questions you may have on the cash forecast.
Greg, I have a question. With the cash forecast, I mean, obviously this is a important topic for us as we're fearful of what's coming on the time it's taken or will take to get the critical access designation. When you just look through the check register, we have a lot of very large expenses that with contracts like Pinnacle, for example, that we put in place preparing us for this.
Right.
Are there any of these that we can push pause on for a few months, just to save us a little bit of money? I mean, I'm worried.
So Pinnacle is probably one of our biggest. And we're required by CMS to have those docs here. So that we can't. I would love to find what those are. And that's where I think in a little bit, we're going to discuss my austerity plan. And I think having that finance resource that's able to go through and argue with every single vendor and see what we can do. There have been vendors, Scale Data is one that has been very cooperative with us, and we've been able to shift some of their expense and delay some of those expenses. Cardinal's another vendor that's been very cooperative in helping to delay expenses as long and as much as possible. So we are doing that whenever it is possible. You'll recall Apogee completely delayed the entire month of July. So they were set to start for the hospital open July 1, and they agreed to push back an entire month. That was massive savings for us. So when those opportunities are available, we're jumping at those. I can't think of a specific vendor related to the hospital that we can just say, hey, let's just stop doing that. A lot of those I've already done, and that's where I've been squeezing expenses wherever I can. And, some of the staff makes fun of me for it, but I'm okay with that. It's necessary, and so that way we can stretch our cash as much as possible.
Right. I just want to clarify one statement there. With all due respect, I seem to remember when we had the conversation about Pinnacle in particular, that it was best practice to have MDs.
No, we are
we made that
required, right? We're required by CMS that while we're a PPS hospital to have MDs. When we're critical access,
station very differently, but
when we're critical access, then as soon as we pass that survey, definitely send that termination notice to cut that expense.
So it's the period of being PPS that's requiring all of this.
Right. After that, then I'll get to that here in a second. It's up to the board how you want to staff the emergency room. Okay.
On the cash flow, why is it 13 weeks? Like, is that just kind of a good, like,
yeah,
that's estimatable
You start going out,
You know?
the further you go out, the more that you're guessing.
Right, okay,
So it's, yeah, it's just a
okay.
normal kind of, time period. Sometimes you might push it up to 26, but realizing the further out you go.
The less accurate.
But yeah, we had a crystal ball.
And you wouldn't want to do it any less.
Well, you could, but I mean, 13 gives you kind of where
Yeah.
you're headed.
Okay.
Like, you can almost pick any number of weeks you want, but you have to keep that in your head, that further out you go, the more you're guessing. Because one change, week 6, it's gonna rip it through.
Greg, I apologize. I didn't see this in my documents last night. Was this just added?
I just added that.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
So I haven't even had time to look over it, but this does not include, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this does not include any possible reimbursements from construction loan.
No, I'm being intentionally, I'm trying to be conservative, pragmatic, but still conservative. And so if there is funds to come through, then yes. So, and based on, so I think you asked me, when we approved the most recent draw on the line of credit, kind of what was my instinct on how long it would last us. It's really playing out here, end of September, early October, you're gonna wanna do another draw so that way you don't, there's too many moving pieces with personnel to risk going the whole way down to $500,000 in the checking account and having a mistake. And so probably the end of September, early October, I would recommend, based on this, is if this holds true, and my crystal ball is right, then pull another $1 million on the line of credit at that time.
I'm feeling really optimistic about reimbursements from the construction loan, and we can talk about that more later, but I think that we have to step back and, take a look at that as well.
Yep.
Can you remind us, I guess, like, is this where we're at 13 weeks and what you're currently projecting? Is that better than what you were?
It's actually, I
about
was talking to Patrick about that this afternoon. So I did a forecast, very detailed,
Yeah.
very spent a ton of time going through every GL account. That forecast showed us max hitting a top point on the line of credit, I believe around November. Now that was assuming we were opening in July at that point. Right around 6-ish million. So this is tracking pretty close with that. We did better this spring. We're controlling some of our expenses, had some additional cash came in that I didn't have contemplated there. So we're kind of in the hunt, like the margin of error from my guess in February to where we're at today. We're not that far off.
On mill levy, I believe in we were maybe anticipating a mill levy payment in August or July, but we didn't receive one.
So we did receive one in July, and I don't recall seeing anything here yet in August.
Was the July one about what we were anticipating?
That was like 600,000.
Maybe better.
So, and that's, again, I'm looking at last year, looking at where our guesses are, trying to do the calculation on, how much of it goes to the accrual versus actual cash. So
Typically, one of our largest
is in November.
is in November, correct?
November and May are the two larger months.
Outside of the mill levy and the construction loan reimbursement, is there any other anticipated reimbursements? Not that we would want to count on them, but that we can maybe anticipate receiving?
So you could have, if our commercial volume's higher than what I've estimated here, so that could be higher. Like there's a lot of what ifs and, unknowns. Conversely, it could be, lower. So it really, it just depends.
Thank you.
Carrie touched on this a little bit. I want to stress that at this point in the game, so the foundation has just over 500,000. There's a lot of capital requests that like, oh, we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. I encourage the board to take a pause, take a deep breath. But I could spend the 500,000 probably tomorrow. It wouldn't be necessarily the most responsible thing to do because what I pick tomorrow, you would get 6-8 months from now and be like, ah, gosh, that would make so much more sense than what we spent the money on. And so it's really important to be patient, go through your strategic planning process, decide what are the most important service lines, listen to the feedback from Dr. Burnett and my replacement and be able to say, okay, based on what we know today, this is what it makes the most sense. And while there are really good projects out there that we could fund, maybe there's a better one tomorrow. And so let's just take a deep breath and wait. So in the process that Carrie outlined, I fully endorse in making sure that those requests come up through the board and then to the foundation. Incident Command Center, ours wasn't quite as fancy as this. I really want to thank the staff for pitching in the leadership team. We took shifts. Today, I shut down the Incident Command Center. It was there in case we needed it. Thankfully, we didn't have any major hiccups during our open, so I've kept it open probably longer out of an abundance of caution, and we're starting to hit our stride. The leadership team's getting a good feel and getting their feet under them. And so with that, I've closed the actual Incident Command Center. We still have our administrator on call process in place, but to be able to have that extended coverage of leadership on site just doesn't feel necessary right now. So today I received word that our interim CNO is going to be starting on Monday. So Lane will be arriving Saturday and providing some critical leadership for our clinical environment. Definitely the timing is great to be able to have her support getting our survey, making sure that we have that leadership necessary for the survey team. Don touched on this ever so briefly, and I just want to make sure we don't bury the headline. So right now we're targeting September 30th for the Sublette Center relocation and moving the residents into the Heritage Home. So I want to make sure that everyone caught that.
Is that we're anticipating that date?
Yes, as long as everything else remains on track and building's ready and we are able to move, that's the date that Don is landing. So she said September, because we make sure we get the right date there. So we touched on this last month, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and the funding for rural hospitals. So I had a email exchange with the Office of Rural Health. Everyone's trying to figure out how we're going to spend Wyoming's cut of the essentially 25 billion that'll come through Wyoming. And really what I've learned this week is we shouldn't count on anything. It's kind of unfortunate. I think it was best said to me that it's going to essentially go to the universities and tech companies to study us and tell us how we could do things better rather than actually fund us with our capital projects that would be necessary. I had pitched funding the operating room, and so we'll see, but I wouldn't hold our breath. But that's what I know from my exchange here this week.
Question on that real quick?
Yeah.
I don't know if I mean, it's probably too early to tell, but if they're going to start studying us, how do we use that to our benefit then?
And that's what we
What
have
they
to
can provide for.
Yep. So the hospital association has been doing a good job getting the communication out there. I'm going to the Wyoming Hospital Association meeting next week. I'm sure there'll be some more dissemination of information, and I'll pass that along to my successor. Oh, Okay, hospital volume. For some reason on Teams, that looks a lot worse than what it really does. It's one of our beautiful beds. Unfortunately, we have quite a few empty beds at the moment. So I just kind of want to walk through hospital volume and where we're at so far. So we've had 13 inpatients. That has given us 32 patient days and 235 emergency room visits. This is through yesterday. So the really critical thing here is that we have an average daily census of 1.45 and an average length of stay of 2.46. And so we touched on that a little bit ago in your education. Those ADC and ALS are really, really important numbers. And they're important because CIHQ wants us to have 20 admissions, and we've talked about the 20 admissions a lot. 2 average daily census, 2 average length of stay, and 2 patients in bed when they arrive. And so if we're at 1.45, and so the average length of stay, we're actually doing okay on so far. It's that average daily census being below 2 that I'm freaking out about. So we need more patients in order to get our average up. And that will trigger our survey as having the 20 patients with the 2 ADC and the 2 ALS, and then having 2 patients in bed when they arrive. So I've figured out a way that I think we can accomplish that. I want to stress, because of course there's some that say this hospital would never work, and now because we have a low census, we just proved them right. I totally disagree with that statement. We've proved them right that we can't be a PPS hospital. We know that. And so that's where I was curious. So I went back into the cost report data set from Medicare. And in 2023, 49% of critical access hospitals had fewer than 20 discharges per month. So if you're discharging 20, that means you're probably admitting 20, or, you know, that math has to jive. And so half of the critical access hospitals are right in the same boat that we're in right now. And so it's not that we're not going to be successful or that we can't function as a hospital. Our census is right there with everyone else. It is a critical access hospital. But we're a PPS hospital today, and that's the challenge. And we've just proved it right that we can't be a PPS hospital in Pinedale, Wyoming. We know that. Unfortunately, we still have to play by the rules. And so in doing that, I come up with a respite stay. This is not Greg's invention. This is something that many hospitals do around the country. I recalled this from my experience in a hospital in Alabama. As we've been checking with the staff of how do we do this. There's a hospital in Michigan that does it. Dr. Kelly told me about a hospital in Alaska that does it. It's a pretty common thing. And the important thing here is, like many times we've joked and said, oh, you know, maybe Dan will be dehydrated and need an inpatient stay. Well, we never want our staff to lie. And I've been very adamant about that. And while we might joke about the Jan being dehydrated and the inpatient stay, that would require us to document something that may not be true. I'm unwilling to do that. With the respite stay, being completely honest, Jan needs a break or that patient needs a break. And so we've had some respite admissions where the purpose is that the family caregivers need a break. That's the definition of respite. You need a break. You're tired as the young lady in my photo. And so there is a ICD-10 code specifically that says holiday in the description. You're coming into the hospital, we're taking care of you. The important thing for CIHQ is they can see that we're capable of taking care of a patient, that we're able to do the proper medication checks, do the proper hygiene needs. We're able to take care of a patient. That's what CIHQ wants to see. And so we're actively looking for respite admissions. They will be admitted. It counts as an admission for CIHQ's needs, so we can trigger our program. Take a pause there if anyone has any questions on that. Well, so I'm reluctant, like, yes, hopefully there's folks listening tonight that can help. It can only be, I only want to do it for a short period of time. We gotta put guardrails around it. If this is something that the hospital want to do long-term, I don't want to commit to it long-term. Because then, and if I start doing a big marketing push, I'm almost committing to that long-term. I want it for August and then, and really until we get our survey, and then we would shut it down. There is some ways that we could set it up, but I'd want to formalize that and just take a step back. I'm doing this out of a mathematical necessity. Every day that we're open, that we don't have 2 patients, means that you need more patients in the future to get back to an average of 2. Eventually, you'll drive off a cliff because you only have 8 beds and you won't be able to put enough patients to change the average back to August 4th when you open. And so there's some urgency here to be able to get these patients. Our medical staff, knowing the health of our community, have been reaching out. I need it now, and then we can decide, do we want to set up a more formal process in November?
Medicare may pays for this.
Well, we're not Medicare certified at the moment, so these stays, so these stays are free.
Okay.
And so,
Okay.
because, and that's the thing, we can't get Medicare certified because we don't have a 2-day average 86.
Free.
Correct.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
People don't get as excited about it when we he offers, as it sounds to us, right?
Yeah.
As Doc confirmed.
Huh. Just wrapping the
The
whole.
free-
I do want the patients to bring their own medications. They will, we'll coordinate with Dr. Curley, who's our inpatient hospitalist right now. Based on his interview, he'll direct the patient either to check in at the front desk and be a direct admit, or to be screened through the emergency room, based on his conversation with the patient's family and their caregivers. And that way we get the patient the right type of care for them. And then, and I'm also asking that the respites stay for 3 days. And again, it's about the average. And I don't want to ruin our good average length of stay. Because if that drops below 2, then I'm back into another problem.
Is there any potential downside to the respite patients?
It could be incredibly boring. We have great TV, but eventually
So-
we'll go through all of our TV channels.
There's nothing that would come back later to say, oh, that can't be counted as part of our.
We have validated with CIHQ that they will accept these admissions as our count.
Going back to the ER, number of ER visits, where does that sit in comparison to what you were maybe expecting for this first one?
It's almost spot on. So
Is it?
ideally said we'd have 9.5 per day. This is coming in roughly 10. So I don't know that their crystal ball could have been any better.
Yeah, okay, I was just kind of curious, because that seems, pretty healthy, but obviously they're not staying or they're going to higher level of care.
Okay, so as long as I'm able to get the respites, we're gonna be able to get our numbers to where they need to be. And we're getting really close to then triggering the survey and having that first survey. As Patrick and Lindsay both mentioned, we had Health Tech do a mock survey and came up with a long list of things that needed to be fixed. We fixed them. Sat the whole staff down yesterday, our directors, and we went through them to make sure that they're fixed. So that way none of those items show up in that first survey. And so I want to set expectations on what is the definition of a pass or a good first survey. And they're gonna find stuff. This is new to us. We're doing our best to make sure that everything is there. My definition of a good first survey is that they don't have to come back. So if they identify enough items and they will require us to do a corrective action plan, we will do those corrective action plans promptly, so that way CIHQ can issue the letter that we need saying we passed our survey, which then we turn into the Department of Health. And so there will be findings. It's just a matter of, it can't be to a point where they say, you know what, guys, we found so many things, we have to return. Because, as we just talked about in our cash flow, we don't know when they will return. It's a surprise visit. It might take them a week, it might take them a month. That's out of our control. And so what we can control is doing everything we possibly can to make sure we're survey ready, and then they don't find enough things to say, we have to come back. And so that's my definition of success. And so if they create a list of items, we will be on those to correct them as quickly as possible, issue those corrective action plans, and hopefully we can demonstrate and do well enough on that survey that they don't have to come back. Every surveyor I've been ever involved in, from either internal corporate surveyor or a joint commission surveyor, every surveyor has their own thing that they will focus on. And so we don't know on our surveyors, there's usually 3 of them. They come in, they'll spend 3 or 4 days going through all of the policies that you've approved, making sure we've implemented those, making sure that we're providing great care. As Dr. Burnett mentioned, I believe we're providing great care. It's, how the soup is being made back in the kitchen that they're checking. And so we want to make sure that we've done everything that we can and that they don't have to come back, because then that delays us. Okay. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be within the next 2 weeks.
You get surveyed, there are 20 patients.
Yeah.
Survey, and then how long do you think it takes to get? And then finish?
Right, so the process, we go from CIHQ does the survey, they issue the letter, we send that letter to the Wyoming Department of Health. Wyoming Department of Health sends a letter to Medicare and Noridian, who's our MAC in hospital lingo. Then Noridian, which is a massive corporate bureaucracy, has to go through the sausage factory and shoot out our PTAN. Once we have that PTAN, then we can go to the Wyoming Office of Rural Health and start the critical access process. And so probably 2 months to get through there. Hitting, like, the folks in Wyoming have been fantastic to work with, as we saw with our licensure. Once it leaves Wyoming, we have a little bit less control. One of the benefits of hiring Ideally as our partner, we can tap their network, and hopefully their relationships will help us expedite those things through.
But as soon as we're assigned a PTAN, we can begin billing for all of the services
From our survey date.
from the survey date.
From the survey date, we can bill under PPS. So in the cash forecast, it shows, and I was intentional in breaking it out, that PPS billing. And so I start to show some revenue in November, because after we get our PTAN, drop those bills, and then be able to wait for the processing time to start getting cash back.
Billing us, CPS is still not significant, right? I'm just not going to.
Well, we just don't have the volume.
Right.
And
right.
so,
That's what I'm.
so, yes, and that's where,
The critical access billing.
correct. Because that's where we get that Medicare subsidy.
So what do you think about it? Where you would hope to be billing as a critical access?
Billing as a critical access, probably January at the earliest, and more realistically, February, early March. Again, you have to go through that process. So, but you'll at least be able to bill those 235 ER visits. We'll be able to bill those. And so that's where being able to send those bills out the door is so important. Yeah. Everything is retro back to the survey. And so it's the survey dates that truly meant it. we'll see AR go up until everything gets through with the Medicare accounts. It's those survey dates that matter. And so getting those as fast as possible is what's important. Hence my push with the rest of the idea.
Great idea. Yeah, appreciate it. Out of the box thinking there.
Mhm.
Is there any specific criteria that have to be met for patients for a respite care stay? Anybody can walk through the door for 3 days?
You can't drop your kids off.
So
I'm just asking, like, I want to take a break. I come in.
as Lena and I worked through Sunday morning, the rules that we're eventually, you know, kind of the guardrails, so we don't get in any trouble on this. And we said, no employees, no board members, and no one that's in Sublette Center. And that's where, because we're billing federal programs, I want to stay a mile away from that and make sure that we don't break any rules. It is, I'm very intentional in making sure that we are 100% on top of it.
In 3 days.
And stay 3 days.
Okay, so someone not employee board related comes in, say Friday, and they stay all the way,
All week, yeah.
all weekend. Just take a break and watch TV.
So I'm also working with Vicky very closely to make sure we don't overwhelm our staff. We have to make sure that there's still adequate bed capacity in case we had a significant emergency event. If we needed that bed, that person has to be willing to leave. So it's, there's a lot that we're quickly kind of working through. But as you can see on the map, every day that goes by that we don't have 2 patients, it just gets that much harder for us. The ideal estimate was that we'd have 3.5 every day. Okay, so Madam Chair brought this up a little bit earlier. I'll go into a little bit more detail. So once we reach the critical access designation, I believe it was last month or one of our recent board meetings, I asked for direction on what are we going to do with the ER provider staff once we do attain that critical access designation. So you have a lot of options. And so one option is to be 100% emergency medicine physicians. That's where we're at today as required. The other option, you could, as a critical access hospital in Wyoming, do 100% physician assistant. That is essentially how the clinics have run and operated in the past. I tend to think we should be somewhere in the middle. And my recommendation is that you have a physician medical director that's also a working director, and then use that existing PA staff to fill out the remainder of the schedule. Whoops, I did it wrong. There we go. So if we like one of the ARC providers, their contract says that when they hit 100 hours, we can buy them out. I believe the buyout fee is $30,000 as a recruitment fee. So we could use one of the existing ARC providers if they were interested and recruit them, or we could go out to market and recruit this position very specifically if we chose to. Yeah. Thoughts? Or a physician ends up costing you 50 to 75% more than a PA. Okay. So obviously, with my tenure coming close to a close, I've started to do a traditional handoff document where, as I'm going through my day and come across something, and I added to the Word document that, oh, I need to make sure that I share that with my replacement. And so what my communication has been with Dom, my replacement will be here the 13th and 14th, and we'll go through everything to a massive brain dump. And then I'll drive home the 15th. So that process is in the works, and I'll do my best to make sure that that is a massive knowledge transfer to the most extent possible. Okay. And with that, entertain any other questions?
Do you have any?
Any other high points or major challenges in the last month?
The high points have been really just watching the staff interact and really step up to the challenge, and we've successively gotten better. Like you kind of compare every Monday, and on August 4th, it was crazy, and we've continually improved from that. It's excellent that we've been able to provide for our patients. Now, there's been patients that have had long waits in the ER as we figured out our new workflows. And so I'm grateful for their patience and compassion in working with us. And those have been really some of the bigger hiccups of being able to say, oh, but, right, and then, how does that person find out that this person's ready for whatever the next step is in the process? And so we've been identifying those. I've been encouraging the staff to do event reports on anything. And it's really important that we use the event reporting process as a quality improvement process and not a punitive that I want to pick on Patrick and so I'm going to do event reports on. And it's not that. It's about being able to say, well, this happened once. Maybe it doesn't happen again for 6 months. Maybe it happens every Friday night. And you only build that data to be able to say, this is a reoccurring problem if you do that first event report. And that's what's important, to be able to capture that. And as I've discussed this with the quality staff, there's gonna be a ton of event reports that just immediately get closed. We're gonna track and trend them. But then when that third or fourth one comes up, we're gonna say, oh, wait a minute, I've heard this before. They can query the database and start to see, is there a pattern? Is there a pattern in their training process? Something like that. And so that's where, the last 3 weeks have hopefully taught us to use that process for the forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. All right. Let's see, next item on the agenda is full business. And first up is approval of payroll and bills. We have 4 invoices that we approve. Part of that, scale data, McKesson, Zions, and more legal. And forgive me, before we move on, Greg, I do have one question for you that I just remembered I forgot to ask. In regard to scale data, are they not the vendor that we will receive reimbursement through the USAC grant for eventually?
Oh, eventually, keyword there, eventually, yes.
And how long do we anticipate that?
So you enter into the USAC program, I believe it's every May. And so starting next May, as long as that USAC paperwork gets processed correctly, then May forward, we'll be able to take a portion that's related to the network equipment of fee through USAC.
Okay, but there will be no reimbursement for what?
Well, the cash flow is kind of weird. They won't reimburse us back to these invoices tonight. They'll start reimbursing us in May.
Okay, clarification. All right, does everyone have access to the register and the information at hand?
Madam Chair, I move to approve payroll and bills for the month of July 2025 and the amount of $7,862,229.45.
Thank you, Kenda. A motion?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Second from Taylor, thank you. Are there any questions from the group? Any discussion? All right, I'll ask for a vote then on the motion to approve the July 2025 approval of payroll and bills. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have the 4 other outstanding invoices.
Chair, I would move to approve the invoices over 20,000, include Scout Data, McKesson, Diamond Bank, and Overlaw.
Okay, the motion. Thank you, Kendall.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Thank you, Taylor. Is there any further discussion on the board? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. The motion to approve the invoices over $20,000 limit.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item of business on old business is the delegation of authority. I had a request from a board member to start having this monthly on the agenda, which I actually thought was a fantastic idea. So there will be a placeholder for discussions of this sort monthly moving forward until we get to a point where we feel comfortable in making some full revisions. Tonight, I thought, given the amount of other business that we have to go through, I really just wanted to kind of do a brief review of where things are at. I don't want to dive into any revisions tonight, if that's all right with everyone. But I thought we could have some high-level conversations, and then in the months to come, we could break this into portions and kind of break down possible revisions that we want to talk about each month, if everyone's satisfied with that approach. So, and I apologize that I didn't get this to Jan sooner so that you had time to review it. I didn't realize she didn't have it on hand, so my apologies that you didn't have but 24 hours to look over it. So, but we did talk some length about it last month. So, does anyone have any high-level thoughts I want to share just on initial review?
Madam Chair, I just had one question. So we've got the 20,000, I think was the signature. Can somebody tell me what it was before?
There was.
There was, right? That's why I don't remember the number. Okay,
Yeah.
that's great, thank you.
What is typical for that? Like what's?
Well, I think that's the $1 question.
Yeah, I think it's greatly that's in Lena's research,
Hospitals of our size.
and I should let Lena speak to that. She's the one that visited with, some of her colleagues to understand better where other hospitals sat. So Lena, do you want to speak to that at all?
Sure. There's not a black and white answer, to be honest with you. It's kind of all over the place. Some hospitals had very low thresholds of as low as $5,000. Some went up to $500,000. And so it was just kind of dependent on each hospital's circumstances.
Nothing concrete. I was wrong. Nothing concrete. Did you have something to say?
When we discussed starting to put this on here, we were going to get some information together and start obtaining some information to see, like start a workshop or potentially like with this on the monthly. Have we started getting that information in for us to review yet?
I think Lena was gonna request that, so I guess that's a question to her.
Yeah, so we're in the process of gathering that information from different organizations, and we'll compile that and get that to the board. It's been a little slow coming in. As you can imagine, some organizations are a little hesitant to share that information.
I think it will be difficult to take a step back and look at what everybody else is doing because it does vary so greatly. I think from all of our conversations and from all of Lena's research and all of my research, I think we're just going to have to sit down and hash it out and kind of decide what our comfort level is with each level and not really rely on what others are doing. Yeah.
Can I ask, like of health tech, do you guys have, you represent, you know, a lot of different hospitals or work with a lot of different hospitals? Like, would you have examples that we could use, or do you have people that, you know, potentially specialize in this that could help us like walk through this process and determine what's appropriate for our organization and what isn't?
I think the, excuse me. I think the, I think it's accurate that it's all over the place because there's thousands of hospitals that, you know, while there are like hospitals, there's a lot of variability there. I think the prevailing theme, what I'd advise you to use is something like an 80-20 rule, where you can almost look at the types of, you know, the types of approvals that need to be issued and say, that's the vast majority of these, you know, if you're looking at fucking expenses, vast majorities are budgeted and routine. And, you know, we trust the CEO, CFO to do the business of the hospital and for the finances. Find a threshold that, you know, that's the 20% that you need to look at in front of you. We have, you know, 8, 13 that hospitals with vastly different thresholds that hospitals that are running at, you know, 20 ADC. So I'd recommend looking at it more as a, and finding a scale and saying, sort of what percent of transactions do we need to look at to be comfortable signing off to go from there. I think if you can set a target like that, then the number will be, you know, the number will find itself just by asking for a little bit of help from the administration as far as what that would look like.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please.
I have confined my search to Wyoming hospitals only. So my search had to do more with hospitals that were in like size-wise, and similar to, you know, how the Board of Trustees governs. And so I have confined my search solely to Wyoming. So not thousands of hospitals, but those in the state of Wyoming.
I didn't mean to imply otherwise, just confirming that the rest of the country is also all over the map and it, you know, again, it's back into that, you know, getting back to what's the best use of time to perform the governance duty. You know, in context of one kind of transaction that the hospital we're in, which I think you do a nice job of breaking down, which is, you know, consistent and form with anything I've seen anywhere else. But then finding that specific number is, you know, what's gonna allow the administration team to do what they need to do without calling a special meeting, you know, versus what's really non-routine and high dollar are the, you know, the buzzwords for getting in front of the board for that check. And you know, it's tough with a new hospital. You don't have 2 years, you know, you don't have 2 years of transactions to fall back on and just see exactly where it lines out. But I think if you get it, I think if you work more with the threshold approach, then you can, you know, let us and let the administration help you narrow that down to a specific dollar for any, you know, any specific categories that you work on. I don't think I could recommend specific numbers without that, you know, that input from you, because it would just be thinking something about.
So given that conversation, is everybody comfortable taking this document and chewing on sections 1 through 5 for next month with intent to have further discussion and possible revisions at that point for that section? We'll just kind of break it up. Kind of like our bylaws, I don't think we want to tackle it in all one sitting. So.
Or if we could, that would have to be a special block.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And we can do that, you know, if everyone on the team prefers. I feel like, given the timing of everything we have going on, it would be more manageable and probably more productive were we to break it into small chunks. That's just.
I agree. I think I was looking forward to kind of seeing more information from others. I know there was a lot of it, like we couldn't know where it was coming from, but having that information compiled so we could start chewing on where to go from here. I was looking forward to kind of starting that process. So.
Yeah, again, it's proprietary sort of thing in a lot of ways. And so it's a touchy subject with other organizations. And I think that's where we kind of just have to step back and decide what our comfort level is.
Oh, and I agree with that. It's just also been a topic that's been brought up to us. So I don't want it to fall.
Yeah.
I guess necessarily either.
And I guess I have a question as to like why that's proprietary. Is it proprietary or is that public information?
Lena can answer that better than I can.
I mean, I understand that there's plenty of things that by law are public and, you know, maybe organizations don't want to share. And that's what's hard because we're not within those communities where that's a reasonable question to ask maybe, but I still am just struggling with the fact that it seems like this is really hard information to get, when to me it seems like, you know, there should be organizations similar to us that would want to help us with this, or, you know, I'm not
Sure.
what
It's not a matter of them not wanting to help you, so please don't interpret it that way. If the board would like to instruct me to send out FOIA requests to other hospital districts, I'm more than happy to do that, and that would be a super quick way to do it. It's just a matter of, is that what the board is wanting to do? It looks a little funny in that, what are you trying to accomplish if another hospital district receives a FOIA request from you? But otherwise, I have to rely solely on professional relationships in obtaining that information. And because I'm receiving it through those professional relationships, then I have to be very careful with what information is publicly released. Does that make sense?
It does, but I guess, again, like, why does it have to be a FOIA request? Like, can we as a board write letters to other board chairs, you know, within these organizations that you think are similar, you know, requesting if they have something similar, and if that's something that they would share with our board, as opposed to, you know, it having to come through you and your professional connection?
Sure. From a legal standpoint, Ashley, there's nothing precluding you from doing that.
I don't know if anybody else is interested in pursuing something like that.
I would be happy to do it if the board instructed me to do it as well. But it does seem like the juice might not be worth the squeeze. So I don't know. But if that is something that you guys want to direct me to do as the board choose to take Lena and her professional relationships out of it, then I'm happy to see what I can come up with. As I think about it.
Yeah.
I feel about that.
I agree that we need the information. I think we do need it. I think it's doing the due diligence to make sure that we're going the right direction based on our comfort level, what best practice is. But how we go about doing that, I think, is where we all need to be together. If it's a FOIA request that we need to get that, then that may be something that we look at. And if it's just, as long as we have the information at some point to review it, to make a sound decision in regards to this, since it has been a topic.
I think from my perspective, and Lena, please correct me if this isn't the right approach, maybe from a legal standpoint, but it would be better coming from individual members of a board, in my opinion, acting on their individual behalfs and not the behalf of the board. So if you feel so inclined to reach out and make a FOIA request to other districts, then, you know, nothing, like Lena said, there's nothing that would preclude that, but I feel it would be less intrusive coming from individual members than it would as. So I don't know what comfort level is, and Lena, maybe I'm totally misspeaking, but that's kind of where I see that line being drawn.
My only hesitation with that, Madam Chair, is the request being submitted to gain information for use by the board? And if that is the case, then you are acting on behalf of or in furtherance of board business. And so I would almost prefer that if FOIA requests are something the board desires to pursue, that the board agree to take that action as a whole, as opposed to individual board members acting on their own behalf.
Okay, that's why we have an attorney to listen to me. I feel like that would need to be a formal action. I want me or Lena to do that on behalf of the board, so I guess I'll open it up.
So if I have a friend who sits on the board of camera, South Lincoln, you don't want me to call her.
I think that is absolutely your prerogative to call her and ask. But I think we have to be clear about our intent, you know, right? We're trying to release ours and we're reaching the study for renew. So yeah, that's asking the question.
But does that contradict what Lena just advised though, is if we're getting information on behalf of the board, that it needs to go through the whole, like on behalf of the board? Or
No,
are
if
we
you
able to-
oh, sorry about that, Taylor. If you submit a formal FOIA request, I would recommend it be done on behalf of the board, not on behalf of an individual board member. But you can make phone calls, you can do your own research, you can do that however you'd like. But if you're going to submit formal FOIA requests, I recommend you do it on behalf of the board.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask for just other thoughts? So Greg, like if you got an email from a board chair from another hospital within the state saying, asking you as CEO, you know, this is something that we're working on, something that we're looking at. Would you be willing to share this information with us? Would that, I mean, be something that you feel like you would do, or does that make you uncomfortable or information that you feel like you shouldn't be sharing?
Excuse me, for us, it's public information given to a public entity. I'd probably double check with my legal counsel, and like my instinct says that it's probably something that I can fulfill. Keep in mind another option that's available to use the hospital association. We get emails oftentimes from Eric Foley, the president of the hospital association, saying, we have a member hospital that's dealing with this issue. How does your hospital handle that? Would you be willing to share? And so then all of the CEOs on the email can then respond back that we use this particular vendor, or whatever the case is, to help that other member hospital. So we can use the tool of the hospital association as well.
And to that end, I did reach out to Eric Foley, and he said the same thing as Lena. It's widely varied and just organization by organization. So that's. Floor's open. Is anyone interested in taking action? Okay. I'm going to take that as a no, and we're going to move on. Everybody's comfortable? Come back for those sections 1 through 5 next month. Next item is we actually move into new business. Does anyone need a quick break or anything? Do we need to take a brief recess, or has everybody good? Okay. We take a quick 10-minute recess. Can someone make a motion to go into recess?
I would make a motion to take a 10-minute recess.
A second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We will meet up at 8:33. Okay. business is the CIHQ high risk performance standards that have been provided. So I'm assuming, Greg, this is yours. You want to speak to it?
Madam Chair, this is one of the items that came out of our survey that we realized we were lacking. And so we haven't been a hospital, so we can't produce quality information because we weren't a hospital. Going forward, we do have to produce quality information. We have everything prepared for that, ready to go, except we failed to have it approved by the board. And so this information, you're approving our quality plan. And then this information will come back to you through reporting over the next year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying exactly what we were supposed to be approving. That's helpful.
You're approving what we're going to collect. And that way we're coming back with that information.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will open the floor for potential action. And we can talk more about it. Everyone wants to. Or if you're uncomfortable making a motion, we can have some more questions of Greg. T.
So just approving, right? Yeah, I'm loving to approve. Based on a high risk performance standard or plan to address it.
Okay, thank you, Jim. I'll second. We have a motion and a second. Are there questions or concerns from the board? You want to talk about?
I just have one question, I guess, in terms of board oversight, as far as quality goes, like, is this something that would be presented to the board on a regular
Yes.
basis?
You'll notice on the document, 2 columns.
Last
Last presented to the board. And that's then, so 3 years from now, when you get resurveyed, that's information that will be necessary for that survey. And they actually go as far as checking your minutes to make sure that this information taken back to the board and that quality system is written.
Or policy, do we have a policy on how often that has to be?
Yes, we do. There's a policy for everything. I believe it's quarterly, but it's not all of the information. So some of these will come back to us. I don't believe it's 22 at the same time.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? Concerns?
I'm good.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve the CIHQ high risk performance standards and the plan moving forward. All in favor of that approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item under new business is the ERMAC telehealth PSA contract. This is for telebehavioral and neural health, right? Are there other pieces to this?
I'll defer to Mr. Bond on this one.
So the ERMAC PSA, we have one currently with ERMAC and it expires August 30th. So we were anxious to get it, or it doesn't have rural healthcare district, and we just had to get some clarifications and updates. And it's pretty much their standard contract. And then we were upping the ante. So we have the company we use is through ERMAC as PLC for our level of care assessments. And we are moving with Mind Care, and that's gonna give telepsychiatry. So it ups that. We had a little bit of a scare that we thought we needed that right away. We did not, we were fine, but we just wanted to hurry up and get this done before we ran out of time, as it did expire on August 30th. The team is absolutely wonderful at ERMAC. Yeah. And Betsy Hunsaker says to tell you hi, I'll share.
Very nice. We share that back. It has gone through our council's review.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So the draft form in here has been finalized with her and reviewed by her?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the monthly connectivity fee is like just blank. You know what that is?
think there is. But
They're not.
I'm sorry.
Or we pay for them as we use it basis, right?
Any other questions? Or? Pretty straightforward. We've had this agreement for.
Yep.
Quite some time.
Updated, and just a reminder, they're HCA organization, and so this is their updated draft as well for hospital specific.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the Vermont telehealth PSA contract.
Thank you, Kendra. We have a motion on the table. Second, Jameson. Thank you. Any further questions or points of discussion from the board? All in favor, please signify so.
Aye.
Any opposed? We also then have an Vermont care collaboration plan.
So we're going to go. The care collaboration agreement is an extension of services that you'll notice on the last previously. There's a line of all the services that we can do in partnership with Vermont, if we so choose. And this one was required to be a little bit more selective with mind care and psychiatry, stroke, etc.
Pretty straightforward.
And our legal counsel did review this one as well.
Thank you. You know, I'm always gonna ask that question.
Too scared of her. I'll always make sure it happens.
You and me both.
Please note, legal counsel was forced to review these very quickly.
So I would move to approve the Vermont care collaboration agreement.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion by Kendra, second by Jameson. Any further discussion?
I have a question with this, like the last one said draft, this one says sample. Are we able to include in our motion that no changes to the, like the contracts, since these aren't in final form in front of us?
Yeah, contingent on.
Yes. Okay. That's the only thing I had.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Such, we can amend it as such, Pam.
I have one other question on exhibit B, if like all the charges are FMV, is that like
Fair market value.
fair market value?
It's
Okay. Who defines fair market value? Like there's not that they can't just decide today they're gonna charge us. But you know what I'm saying? Like, how is that defined so that we ensure we're not taking advantage of?
We would have to purchase these services separately, correct?
Right. And Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, it's usually like MGMA, a higher entity that would oversee making sure fair market value. That usually is a protection for small organizations like us when we go against Vermont.
So that's defined value by somebody.
Right. It's very.
Other than that.
That is defined, and as Lindsay said, MGMA is one of the common sources for that. And it's to make sure that we comply with Stark and these by kickback, so that way Vermont is not giving us a sweetheart deal, in essence, buying our transfers. And so Vermont has liability, and we would have liability if it appears that we were selling our transfers to Vermont. And so that's why it has to be set by that third party source.
Okay. Thank you. Helpful.
Any further questions? Okay, we have an amended motion to approve the care collaboration agreement with Vermont, contingent on final form review. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next time on the agenda is a work order provided for potential incoming interim CEO to take Greg's shoes, fill Greg's shoes. Wear some rather large shoes, I will note. Sorry, Greg. So I know this came through rather quickly. It was pressed through quickly. Wanted you guys to see it and approve it in form. if you're comfortable, if you're not, we did have some discussion about, you know, the possibility of doing the incoming interim. Make that happen, but time is kind of the essence. We're trying to make things happen very rapidly, so. This is a standard work order. It has been reviewed by Lena. Any questions you guys have? I'm sure you have a lot of them. Huh? And we can discuss specifics we need to in the executive. But as regarding the work order, we can approve it. We can approve it when we come back out of executive if you have specific questions, whatever the board's comfortable with. You want to speak to your time of withdrawal, Patrick? You know, I've been working with Dawn, but do you want to speak to Mr. Patton?
So, yeah, it was, for a while, sharing, worked with him in the facility. I don't know him personally, but I put a great deal of stock in Derek Dominic and our president emeritus Leo's recommendations. All of them speak highly of them. So I'm excited to see what he can do and, you know, for this plan.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the applicable work order for the interim CEO.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. You have a motion?
Second.
Your second. Okay. Any further questions, concerns?
I don't have any.
Okay. And I'll ask for a vote. We have a motion on the table to approve the work order from Impeccable for an interim CEO, Bill Patton. And I will ask for a vote now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. My understanding is he will be here around the 12th, hopefully. So, pending ironing out of the final details. So, and I've been very pleased with my conversations with him. He does come very highly recommended. Had a personal phone call even from Neil saying, I'm doing a really good job. So I feel very comfortable with that. All right, the next item on our agenda is resolution 15-2025 regarding infections prevention and control program. So this is just regarding the changing of the guard, basically, correct?
Exactly, Madam Chair. So this comes as a recommendation from the medical staff for Mrs. Mary to take over the infection prevention and control program. That role because of the promotion of Marissa.
And I'm assuming there's a plan in place to backfill care coordination into.
So the EMS program, so it's really going to hold you back about the care coordination and utilizing that resource.
Perfect, thank you.
So it'll be taken over by EMS. Right. It won't have its own division or line anymore. Okay.
That has been kind of several years in the making. Yeah. Anyway, I think from my understanding, so. Okay. All right, I will move for action regarding this resolution. Was there more questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve resolution number 15-2025, infection prevention and control program.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, motion.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Any further questions or concerns? All in favor, please signify so.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is the auxiliary plan discussion. I'm willing to ask Grant to step up and speak to us about this. This is something that he presented to us very, very briefly last month. We can having some of these discussions, but not in significant format.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the proper title to this would be more like austerity and action plan, but we don't drive off a cliff or something like that to that effect. Ultimately, sorry, I'm trying to be able to show that sheet here. So ultimately, it's a combination of all the actions that we need to take. And so like the first item is, as we've already discussed this evening, the pathway to getting the critical access. And so I'm kind of stating the obvious that we have to do everything as expeditiously and as diligently as possible to get to critical access in that workflow. And then there's other items on this list that are truly austerity. Some are rather painful, but ultimately the point is either generating cash or preserving cash. And so, and that's where almost all of these would require contract changes and such, which would be over my $20,000 limit. And so that's where I need some direction from the board on what you want me to pursue. So that way we can take those necessary actions to be certain that we remain in a solid financial position.
What do you consider the biggest priorities on this list? The biggest realistic priorities that the board needs to consider?
So there's really if we think about the ability to generate cash and preserve our cash, probably the reduction in force is one of the ways that we would have a larger impact faster. Now, unfortunately, some of those contracts do require severance periods or notice periods to those individuals. So you're not going to see that immediately, but that's really the point in giving you this document, is that you can't wait until you've run out of cash to start taking action. We have to think about that today or even last month. And so just because of the time lag that it does take. There's other items on here, adjusting some of our services to the volumes of those services. Again, there's a process to do that. And so to wait until we got to really a fire drill where we're trying to figure out how we're making next week's payroll, I hope that never happens. But this is where we start taking some of those necessary, really hard, I'm not saying any of this is easy, very difficult decisions sooner rather than later. And that way you can help make sure that we don't end up in a spot where we're trying to figure out how we'll make them payroll or getting ahead of the game. And that's where, unfortunately, no one wants to talk about a RIF, but that's where your larger dollars are going to come from. We can go through vendor analysis. That's going to take several months to go through line by line and beat up every single vendor that we have. But you're squeezing small dollars across the P&L. When you think about our P&L, the salary and wages is one of our biggest lines.
Given, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll go after you, Tom.
I'm going to put you on the spot here for just a minute, and my apologies beforehand.
Okay.
Given the magnitude of this discussion and the magnitude of even considering a reduction in force, I think it's unfair to present the board with that sort of decision to make tonight when we just received an updated forecast this afternoon. That's a huge decision, and one that needs a lot of thoughtful very thoughtful discussion. And honestly, Greg, I asked for an updated forecast last month, the day after you first brought us the plan. And we just got it today. So I'm having a hard time digesting how we make a decision like that on the spot. I was hopeful we could have a frank discussion about priorities and perspectives, but that is that's an order of huge magnitude, given what this team's been through. And I feel like at this moment in time, it would be so incredibly, it would be a disservice to the community. It would be a disservice to the staff who have put blood, sweat, and tears into getting this thing where we're at. And so I'm very hesitant to even discuss taking action on something of that magnitude tonight, but my board may very well disagree.
And Madam Chair, by no means am I saying you absolutely have to do this tonight. You asked me to review what I presented last month. You did ask me for the forecast, and I interpreted that to mean to provide the board during our regular session tonight. So that's how I'm fulfilling that request. So I apologize if I misinterpreted your ask.
No, that's okay. I just feel like it's something I need time to digest.
No, and then everything on here is a really big deal. There's nothing on this list that is easy. The easy stuff I've done. And so everything that's on here, not one of these items is trivial or, hey, we need to take it lightly. And that's where the last column even has your risk level. There is risk with every single one of these items. And that's where we have to weigh the pros and cons and the downstream effects. A RIF is a horrible thing to do. And I realize that, but also the entire organization has to survive. And so that's why it's on here. It's not to be taken, none of these can be taken lightly.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand and agree. I just think that should be our very last reward. From a personal standpoint. Obviously, that's a discussion we have to have.
Well, can we talk about some of the other options?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, I guess I was hopeful that's kind of what we would,
Yeah.
where we would come tonight. We would see your priority list.
Yeah.
And then we could match our priorities and, try to meet somewhere in the middle. But
Like, what does suspending the while in retirement for a minute look like? I mean, would the staff like freak out over that? Yeah. It's still their jobs,
They're
but
going to keep their jobs. We would just no longer be participating in Wyoming retirement.
so what, I mean, can you suspend it for 3 months and then pick right back? What does that look like?
You are exiting the program permanently. Based on the information I've been able to gather, you would withdraw from the program, and then you would go with a traditional 403B program in the future when financially you were able to withdraw. There is a way, and here's where it's not even as easy to say, okay, we're not going to be able to participate anymore. They have to approve our withdrawal. And so we would have to show them the financial difficulty, the challenges that we're facing in order to be able to prove that. Again, not easy. That's going to impact your recruitment. That's probably one of the more higher risk items on the list.
Can we reduce the amount we contribute as the employer?
And our contributions are actually going up next year.
So we can better support.
Just that's next year.
how about insurance? I know that's a hot topic, but what are our meeting dates on employee insurance?
Yeah, so the employee health insurance, I do have that one here as it's towards the bottom of the list. We have started the discussions to go to a partially self-funded option. Usually in year one, you don't save much money, but it's year 3, 4, 5 that you're able to start to change the plan design. So that is already in the works. I wouldn't count on a significant savings there. If you radically redesign the plan to where we're either contributing less or something like that, or having the employees' premiums go up, then that would change the financial picture of it. as a healthcare organization, it's a lot harder to touch that, in my opinion.
So on that note, I have an opinion, but in your opinion, our healthcare plan is a rich plan, right? It's very, it's full, but it's really nice.
Yeah, our employees are treated very well.
I guess I have a question for board members. After reviewing this, are there any other ideas that you all have that might be things worth exploring?
We've talked about employee burnout, right? Everybody's been overworked, they're tired, they've been preparing for opening a hospital. And we look at this and what does that do to our current employees that we have if we were to look at a rift?
No, it's an ugly choice. I'm not denying that. So, yeah, I have in mind, kind of back of the envelope to get to this number. I have focused more on your highly compensated individuals. I don't want to get into specifics, that would be fair, but, you know, it's not, you don't get to the meaningful larger dollars that you need you know, it's not the line stop. We have to have people take care of our patients. So you have to look elsewhere in the organization.
Well, I guess that's my question. Like, you know, for instance, we have a number of traveling nurses and things. So how do we continue providing care with?
Yeah, we can't touch patient-facing positions. There are staff there to take care of a patient. And so those patients are still going to come in the door. So that's not an option.
Okay.
It's back office staff that, to Mrs. Pittman's point, is, you know, unfortunately, that's where we would have to cut.
But you have to have back office, I used to say this in previous, you can't run, you know, operations without the patients being taken care of. You can't have patients being taken care of without the operations being ran. So how do we find that middle ground?
And that's where, in a ideal situation, we hit our surveys just fine. And you don't have to do any of these hard things. If there's any slide this fall, like, you're gonna tap out that $10 million line of credit.
I'm assuming you've had some tough discussions as an administrative team with your directors.
I'm not going to the directors for this list. I'm going to spare to them. I have solicited feedback from senior management and have discussed most things with them.
Okay. Would it be possible to hear from senior management and their thoughts about the plan and the program? Or is that unfair to ask?
It's up to them. I have not specifically shared this list. I have discussed specific items with them to gather input.
Okay. And were there any additional items that were offered from senior management that might be considerable options for us?
Nothing beyond this. Like, I didn't say that was a bad idea to anyone by any means.
Okay.
In terms of timing, like, how do we, for any of these difficult decisions that have to be made, like, how do we know when we would have to do such a, you know what I'm saying, make?
Yeah, obviously you want to delay as long as possible, and that's where you almost don't know until it's too late, if it's too late. So you can, hopefully we get our survey in the next 2 weeks. We can see how that goes. And then that's going to start to tell us where we're going to be coming. Like, that next event will definitely tell us if, you know, the forecast is going to hold or not.
And I'm thinking about, am I correct that there's two things? There's tapping out the line of credit and then there's not paying it off by the end of June, right? Like it's both of those pieces.
Both of those conditions
are going to.
But you can also, we talked about if it comes to that, do a refinance.
Right, but you still have to pay it off. So June 30th, 2026 at midnight, the balance has to be zero.
Correct.
So the only way that's possible is if you paid it off, so you'd have to somehow generate cash. You could hold accounts payable and upset all your vendors.
No.
I'd far rather upset a vendor than an employee, but so you could stretch all your vendors if that was enough to get you there. That may not be enough depending on where you're at. And then July 1, you would have a new line of credit. You would then draw down and catch back up on your accounts payable. But you can't refinance it because somebody has to carry that 1 second.
Right. Okay.
Required to stretch our accounts payable. You have that listed. Be
Yeah.
negotiating contracts.
So at this point in the year, we would start seeing who would be willing to give us longer terms, 45-day terms, 60-day terms. Then next spring, you would just be a bad vendor. And that's going to have consequences because then those vendors aren't necessarily going to want to work with you because you held my payment from April until July. Some vendors, we absolutely wouldn't be able to do that with. We can't do that with our medical supply providers because they'll cut you off immediately. So that's not even an option for those vendors.
What would the suspending education activities, salaries, number 10 look like in practice?
Yep, in practice, so for our non-medical staff, we would halt that and then, that's a commitment we've made to our employees. That's probably one of the more palatable cuts. For our medical staff, there's contractual language in all of their contracts that say, we're going to give you the CME budget. So you have to decide whether or not to include the medical staff in that cut.
Well, some of those positions are specifically to prepare them for other roles in the organization.
Exactly.
Statement.
Yeah, so there's a domino effect. Promise you, none of these are easy.
So, go ahead.
The USDA permission to use restricted funds. I know you were researching that. Is there any case on that?
That's written one shot. Well, so there's $2 million that we put into a restricted fund account. Today, they would say no, probably laugh at us.
Yeah.
If you were at the verge of not making payroll, it's probably a conversation that they might entertain.
You would have to be on the verge of bankruptcy, I think. It's what we've been, the information that we've been given from our bond counsel. And even then it would be questionable, in my understanding.
No, I think you're right, Madam Chair.
I know it's small, but marketing activities, so like what are we looking at right now?
So suspend all of our marketing budget. Keep in mind, marketing is not reimbursable in the cost report. We would go dark in the community. That again is going to have consequences because now people don't know you exist, just as we're trying to build service lines.
What is our current marketing budget going towards? Like just, it can be rough estimate.
Yeah, so
there's organic ways to market too.
I think I have $1.
You do, it's $6,333 a month.
So right now, it's the plan that Carrie outlined for you in, I think, February, March is what we're implementing. A lot of it's the Facebook ads and social media presence. And then I believe we also appear in the newspaper on certain occasions for certain service lines.
Okay. Would it be beneficial to look at taking down Facebook ads and then period of time. I don't think we'll go dark on Facebook. That's just my personal opinion. Maybe the newspaper might be another area, maybe not doing it so often, and maybe cutting that. Like I said, I know it's small in comparison, but it's a smaller pill to swallow, I guess.
I understand that all of these discussions are very, very timely. But I would like to suggest that given the fact that we have a list now and we have a cash forecast that gets us through the next 13 weeks, we have a better idea of what that looks like. I would like to suggest that we each go through and prioritize these items from personal perspective in terms of palatability and organizational security, and that we come back next week with some thoughts about where, I don't know, have you guys had much opportunity to look through these and really digest many of these ideas? I'm not fully understanding them. Well, yeah. I think some of these items are regarding real estate assets that we hold and things that I think we need to discuss in the executive session. So I think we can carry on some of this conversation there and maybe push some things out, but I would really like the board to have an opportunity for these two documents hand in hand to sit down and give this some thought without pressure to make any action tonight. But does anyone feel different?
No, I agree with that approach. Can I get some more clarification, since we are going to think over this and understand it better, on what closing urgent care services looks like? Just high level view.
Yeah, so we currently have an emergency room that's open. In my mind, the urgent care is really functioning as a walk-in primary care provider. And so that's where we would not have urgent care and just have primary care and the emergency room. The urgent care is a legacy of 50 years of this community not having a hospital. And so we're kind of in this weird stair step of services, and there's really not enough volume to sustain that. I'm staffing nursing in urgent care, and so I can better utilize that staffing in the emergency room. If the patient isn't emergent, then let's just keep the schedule block on primary care providers to be able to see those just walk-in patients.
Does that impact any, if that was a direction we looked at going, does that impact anything with our survey or licensure or accreditation? Okay.
The bigger challenge there is working with our medical staff to make sure that they're willing to open up those additional blocks.
Do you see that as something that eventually might strengthen our primary care program indirectly?
Especially with the movement to the rural health clinic. So it's a more volume in that primary care setting. And then like we're running the communications around which door, that confusion really goes away. Are you bleeding? Go to the emergency room. Are you head congestion? Let's schedule a primary care visit.
I'm speaking specifically to both clinics, or just kind of urgent care.
I think ultimately you have to do both communities. I respect the sensitivities there, but like the staffing is different in the Marbletown clinic, so it's not quite as much of a gain as what you do with.
So if you were to do urgent care, it would be at both locations.
I think it's the cleanest message for the community. Schedule with a primary care doc. If you're really sick or bleeding, go to the emergency room. That is really clean messaging. versus today, we're trying to explain urgent care sitting in the middle, and the volume's just not there to really justify that service line.
What timeline would you anticipate if we were to take an action, in that way? What would you anticipate the timeline would be start to finish? Like, well, not start to finish, but how quickly could we make that happen and see things kind of just move into it?
Yeah, we would have to make sure that the providers are on board to be able to have those open blocks for that same day, just walk in, primary care. That should be pretty simple. In my mind, I don't want everything to go fast. And so 2 weeks, 3 weeks should be really, really doable, in order to make sure that we didn't mess anything up. But
talk to us about your thoughts on EMS and what options we might be able to have discussions with state county commissioners.
Yep. So in here, and I think it's really a weather balloon in that relationship. I'm proposing we would approach them to buy our ambulances. So it's on the book value. It's about $500,000 is the current book value of our ambulances. They would, and that's cash. Again, we're after cash. It's not really a cut. And then we would continue to run EMS. They would just support us with that capital expense of the actual ambulances. If that opened up bigger conversations, then great. But initially, it's just a way to us to generate cash and possibly have some support from the county commissioners.
Sure, I had a question. So do critical access hospitals typically have an EMS service, or are those nestled in the counties? And that's a loaded question. I'm asking, right? Is this a typical arrangement where we are a small community now and have this big EMS service in this?
Mr. Ziegler, that it's, I don't think there is a such thing as typical in a lot of healthcare, and especially rural healthcare. There's communities that the hospital run EMS, and then there's communities where it's part of either the local fire department or even standalone, or it's been sold to a for-profit entity. There's a ton of different options and dynamics of how each community, what they look like.
And please correct me if I'm wrong. I think this was before I was appointed. Didn't we receive a grant or funds or maybe even a donation in order to purchase an ambulance? Is there any ties that are to that? That was it just here you go, here's money for an ambulance, or were there restrictions or limitations with that?
Yeah, that's a very fine detail that we would definitely have to make sure that we didn't violate the intent of that grant if we were to pursue that option.
We're back to kind of mentioned earlier, like any remaining funds that we have on our loan, or any potential we can pull back some of the cash that we put into the project.
I need to break that question into two parts. Are you talking uncommitted funds remaining, like in contingencies? We cannot use those towards operations at all. However, we have reimbursables. If you've noticed over the last 2 years, 2.5 years, we have been continually pre-funding so many things and waiting for reimbursement on everything from ARPA, everything from the county. There's a somewhat significant number that we're looking at that I think I'm confident that we will have a decent number within the next month or so, as we start to hone in on our closing date, that we will be able to start reimbursing the hospital district comfortably. So do we still have just under $500,000 reimbursable from our reserve account that we initially had to put out just to pay apps? So we've got almost 500 right now that's reimbursable at any moment.
Any of that, is that taken into consideration though in the cash flows that you?
It didn't, because, and that's where I'm trying to be conservative and pragmatic.
Yeah.
Until that works out, I didn't want to count on
something
yeah, and that's where, great, if that drops in, you know, that delays possibly your December draw.
Well, and I appreciate you being pragmatic, but and being realistic with the cash flow. I think it's wise, but do we have the time to wait to start see like a month or two? Or is this here, where are you saying on this timeline you're at on this? Where we need to start looking at this like now? Or is that where we're at now? I guess I'm just running it. It's a lot of information to digest. And I guess that's where I'm like, are you presenting this to us because we're staring this in the face? Or are we staring this in the face in 90 to 120 days?
I'm presenting this to you because and be considering and thinking about the really difficult decisions if everything that's outlined this fall doesn't go perfect. And so if we can get ahead of that disaster scenario, or we can figure out, hey, these are the things that we can stomach, then you can start to say, okay, let's work backwards and create a plan. And that way, if something happens, then you know where you're at and you say, okay, we've discussed this, we've been thinking about it since the summer, and now we can, you know, we're forced to pull this trigger, we're forced to pull that trigger. If we wait until we're at 8 million, 8.5 million with next week's payroll on the line of credit, then you're probably running out of time. So now your options get smaller, and then you have to be more drastic. And so no one wants to be more drastic than what they have to be. If everything goes wonderful, like, and that's what happened with our, you know, if you think about the passing these construction survey, from that point forward, the way our licensing and our DEA numbers came through, we had that tight. And that's the hope for this fall, is that that continues to be that tight, in which case things will materialize and this list isn't necessary. It's when that doesn't work that we've thought about the really hard decisions, so that way we can start saying, okay, at that point, $6,000 of marketing is not going to do us any good, right? But today, we can say, you know what? That's a low risk item. And so maybe that's one that's palatable, that we put that $6,000 a month in the bank and just continue to be pragmatic and just hold off.
Given that information, I still think this is something that I am uncomfortable taking full action in regard.
I agree with that
on this, but I agree with Greg's assessment that we need to have a plan in place. It's absolutely critical that we have a plan in place, but we've got a list 2 pages long of ideas. I think we need to come back together as a board with, okay, these are my top 5 priorities, short term, and let's sit down and do the plan. But I don't think we should do it tonight.
And I don't either. I'm just asking questions so I can put those in that priorities of short term and long term. Yeah.
I know these are hard discussions, but you can feel the fatigue. I can feel the morale, the low morale, I feel like, from staff. And I think that there needs to be some assurance from our board that we're going to do everything within our power to do the right thing for the organization and do the right thing for our employees. And we're gonna look at every available option at our fingertips before we take drastic measures like the reduction in force. So that's just me speaking. I would welcome any feedback from any other board members. It is something we have to look at very, very carefully.
You said the budget was in that marketing plan from February, is that correct? Like I said, I know it's small, but
The months are coming together. It was in that time frame, January,
Yeah.
February, March, somewhere in there that we
Okay.
presented the marketing plan.
You want me to? So about 4,000 of those dollars is your monthly newspaper ad, like $300 a month amount. And the idea was that we support the newspaper covers us. So that's about 4,000 of that dollars, and then the other is your software survey monkey, your e-newsletter. And then there is Facebook boost. But the e-newsletter software has a cost. The website posting has a $500 cost.
I said, I know it's small, but just breaking down the budget.
You could pull your newspaper ad, I mean, for paper, if we're, yeah. I wouldn't suggest putting on the website.
No.
That's nice.
You know, some smoke coming out your ears.
No, not smoke. Oh, but I would agree, I don't think I. I would express some gratitude to bring that together the list. I know that was not an activity. But I appreciate it as a board member, it's a good place to start, right? And it's looking at our responsibilities, to water, invest in this. Good guy, and it will help me actually get to the place where we a list together, you know, or pain, call it pain, and we're paying to get to where we need to go. And so I sit here with great hope and confidence that our plan to get where we need to go will happen. But I do believe it's also good governance for us to do this tough work that's no fun. And I'm sure our staff and those folks that were on earlier and maybe still on going, well, my work, what are they gonna do? But we're all hoping for the best and we're gonna plan the worst if it were to happen, but not believing that it will.
So homework. Can everyone by next Wednesday, we already have a partial agenda begun for next week. Can everyone come with a priority list of the 5 things that you think we could take in to create some sort of set plan? This is what we do at this level. This is what we do at this level. That we can start to make workable.
Do you mind if I look
Have to.
I don't know if I'll have it ready by next week. Can I look at something just very briefly before I give that answer, if it'll be next week or if I think maybe the following week? I just wanted to look.
And we don't have to formulate the plan next
Okay.
week. I just know time is of the essence, and I think it is critical, as Greg has alluded to, that we create the plan. If it takes us 2 weeks to do it, then so be it.
I just know Ashley and I are going to that conference, and if there was any information to gain from it in regards to this matter, I'd love to get that knowledge before I had anything set in stone on a plan, at least for me personally, of what I can learn from there.
And
If there's something.
we'll have a discussion next week, and we'll just play it by ear from that point. That seems fair to everyone. Is that manageable for everyone at this point? Thank you, Greg. All right. Moving on. We have one item left under new business, and that is we have received several FOIA requests. We've been provided specifically to the community members. Just to the right screen. Community members McAllister and Harold have requested information, and that is currently being It's in the works for performance. Just for your information. And with that, that is the end of our business for the evening. We do have some credentialing matters. We have several matters of personnel, some real estate discussions, contracts. And so I would ask for a motion to go into executive session for those purposes.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that you go into executive session, to discuss personnel, real estate, contract, and legal.
Thank you, Ashley. We have a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Okay, second by Taylor. Thank you. All in favor, please signify.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move into executive session. And for those of you who don't have to stay, thanks for being here. It will probably be, we'll probably be here for a minute, so. Thanks, everyone.
Tentative meeting for the latest,
You're welcome.
I'm at